This is what life's about. This is what life's about.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready?
This is what life's about.
Boo! 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 Bees! Boo! Bees! Hi guys. Hi Danielle. Hi Shadow. Hi Josh. Hi Ian and Graham. Am I saying your name right? I think I am. How are we guys? It's been a long time since I've seen you lot. It's been a very long time. Feel I've not been streaming. I've not streamed for 4 years, 5 years, something like that. Hi Nora. Hello Nora. Yeah, we're we messed up before because of one secret. One secret. It's all it took. One secret. The last secret, and we fucked up. But we're gonna get it this time. I know how to do it now. I'm confident. I haven't practiced. I just know how to do it. How are we all? How are we doing? And what did we have for dinner? Good. Confidence is key. I am very confident I'll get it this time. If we make it to that secret, we should get it. We should get it. Oh! My flask just splashed all over my face. Hey Andrew! Hey Andrew, you sexy beast. Good, we had already meals. Oh, that's nice. I had sausage and chips. I was going to have pasta, but I've got no pasta sauce in. I need to go shopping tomorrow. Smashed it last time. Do you know where the last secret was? Yeah, I know where it was. I fell, and once you fall, you can't get it again. It's missable, and I messed up the jump, and we missed it. I had chicken nuggets, chips, and beans. Nice. Beans, good for your heart. The more you eat, the more you fart. Oh damn, this is going to be the run. I'll be happy if this is the run. That 1 week and it's done. I'll be really happy if this is the run. We'll see though. We'll see. The problem I have though, if this is the run, what do I do tomorrow? Oh guys, while I think on, you know Wednesday was supposed to be the sponsored Fortnite stream. Well, it's been delayed until the Friday the 28th. Friday the 20th. It's been delayed. The game's not quite ready. Yeah, the game's not quite ready, so it's been delayed for a few weeks. This is twice it's been delayed now, but, you know, once the game's ready, I'll be happy to play it for them. I'll be lurking. No problems, Danielle. Kirsty, thank you for liking the live. You wonderful human being. Human being. Hey, hi. I hope you are well. Oh, Shadow, thanks for liking the live. You wonderful human being. Human being, that's what the BFG calls humans. Human being. Oh, is it? Human being. I'm okay, hope you're okay. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay. We done a run on this morning, or before. I mean, we finished the game, but the last secret I missed because I failed the jump. I still went on and finished the game, but I missed that last secret. Just that one secret made me fail the run. So we're going again. We're going again. We're going to get it. I love that book. I don't even think I've seen the film. Never mind, read the book. Good, I know I mind. Good. I know I mind. Good, you got through it. I'm either having a stroke or that makes no sense. Which film is two? Both of them? I haven't seen either of them. I think I might be having a stroke. Kirsty, can you say it in stroke language? Anti-stroke language? It's me, sorry, I'm blooming fun. I was questioning myself then. Is my side of my face different? My blooming phone. Oh. Okay. You got there. We got there. Got there eventually. I mind. Beans. I mind means I remember. I know I remember. Good, you got. I mind means remember. Okay. Okay, gotcha. English isn't my strong point. I should have put commas or full stops. It's just probably me just being a dafty, you know. Probably me just being a dafty. It does if you're Scottish. Alright, okay. Reading's not my strong point, I'm so sorry. Probably me as well, both as bad as each other then, innit? You're a dope, I'm a dope. Let's all be dopes. Hi, Cupcake, how are you? Good to see you. Oh, I'm stuck. I can't mind means I can't remember. I can't mind. I can't remember. Sorry, I disappeared earlier. I had a hospital eye appointment. That's okay. You don't have to apologise. Is everything okay at the hospital? This music is brilliant. You're right. I agree. Right, I'm lurking. What are you up to, Danielle? You playing Fortnite? Why are they all doing a runner? There's one on the loose somewhere. Oh, we'll get him after. Yep, have fun on Fortnite. Oh, good lady fainted at the bus stop, so I did first aid. Aw, ain't you nice? Poor lady, I hope she's okay. There's multiple reasons why we could all faint, right? I'm stuck. You fainted twice in 20 minutes. Oh dear, that's not good. That's not good at all, is it? Most people step over and carry on, that's true. Giving Cupcake the clap. Passing the clap round to everyone these days, aren't you, Andrew? You filthy animal. I'm clapping mad. That you are. That you are. TikTok's gone quiet. Is my TikTok stream okay? I don't even know if I'm live on TikTok. I mean, I think my stream's okay. Nora tapping the screen for you. She loves the heart. Oh, thank you, Nora. Tap that screen as fast as you can. Tap it like you've never tapped before. Put it in recovery and spoke to her. Checked her pulse and breathing. Ah, ain't you nice? Good on you, Cupcake. Good on you. GG's to Cupcake. I want infinite hearts, please, on TikTok. Infinite. I want so many hearts that there's no more room in the world for any more. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Worst thing was it was outside your work where you signed off. You gotta believe. So they were watching. Nosy bastards, aren't they? Nosy bastards. They get back to work, you lot. believe in yourselves. Have you got any further with the Spotify uploads? No, I've not had time, mate. Not had time. Not yet. Not yet. I'll give you all an early access link once it's done, and you can just add it to whatever that list is called where you're waiting for a release on Spotify. I need some artwork. That's the problem. I need. That's the only thing I'm missing is artwork for the album. Nora's already pushed it to 1.6k. Nora, you absolute legend. Thank you for all the hearts. Mods. Until where I'm allowed to go out while I'm signed up. Of course you're allowed to go out. Isn't Abs an artist? She is. Abs doesn't come round here much anymore. Thanks, Danielle. The flapping of the bat's really distracting me. Bat! There, bat. Yeah, I know. Just wonder why that is. She was in Benny's earlier today. I don't know. She kind of doesn't like this stream anymore, I suppose. It happens all the time. People come and go. All the time. People come, people go. It's just normal. It's normal. It's a bit part of being a streamer. They come and they go. In a year's time, you lot might not even be here. You know? It's just part of being a streamer. People grow bored and move on to other streamers. Just the way it rolls round these ways. I'll still be here. Oh, you legend. You legend. Rawr. Poor bear. Poor bear. I love it here. I love having you here. I love having you all here. You guys are great. Like I'm gonna be streaming till the end of time. Like I'm not gonna one day not stream. I'm always gonna be a streamer. It's what I enjoy doing. Even if like one day there's nobody even watching, I'll still be streaming. I enjoy it. I enjoy broadcasting myself all over the internet. Strange. Hey Lucy. Yeah, same. I like it here. You always talk to us in a nice environment. Oh, thank you, mate. Oops, I forgot about him. They're nice flowers. Yeah. Sausage. Big hairy sausage. Yeah. How you doing, Lucy? You okay? Is it bedtime? Yeah, it's bedtime whenever you want it to be bedtime. There's no rules on when to go to bed, right? You go whenever you want. Oh shit, that's not good. Okay, we're fine, we saved it. Oh! He almost ate me. The Raptors. Raptors gone. Raptors dead. Not too shabby. I've had 2 naps today. Are you feeling more recharged now then? Didn't even mean to send them. Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, they were lovely nonetheless. Raptors are my favourite dino. The thing with raptors is they've always got to be in a pack, otherwise they're weak. I've got the rest while on sick leave, but gym and naps. I just say you do what's best for you, regardless of what anyone says. You do what's best for you. Your life, your body. You do whatever you want. Ready to play Fortnite till 2 AM now. Woo! Talking of Fortnite, the sponsorship stream's been delayed. Again. Delayed now until the 28th. Friday the 28th at 8:30 PM. One is a decoy, 2 is hunting you. Yeah. Yeah, but they are very, very smart and very, very fast. Very smart and very fast, right? Fun Jurassic Park anyway. That's where you get all your dinosaur knowledge from, Andrew. Yeah, that's why they're my favourites. Fair enough. That is fair enough. Clever girl. Oh, thanks. Never been called a clever girl before. Thank you. I must admit, yes. Fair enough, mate. First time I've ever been called a clever girl. Uh-oh. I think my tea bag might have burst in my flask. It's a quote, Kev. Aw, I thought you were calling me a clever girl. Got me all excited. Nora loves the Carnotaur. Carnotaur dino. What's the Carnotaur dino? Might have spelled that wrong. It's okay. I can't spell for shit either. Camp creatures. Oh, it's a quote from the films. Well, why didn't you say so? I honestly thought you were calling me a clever girl. Got me all excited. No one's ever called me a girl before. I'm only messing. I'm weird sometimes, aren't I? Oh, I ruined the music. The choir work in this game is beautiful. Hold on to your butt. Okay, I'm holding it. How long do I have to hold it for? Bada bum bada bum bada bum bum bum. Bada bum bada bum bada bum bum bum. Bada bum, bada bum, bada bum, bum, bum. Bada bum, bada bum, bum, bum. My head's making noises at me. Ah! That's 4K. Now, let's go, let's go. Oh, on my end, it says 3.3K. 3.3. We're not at 4K on my end. It says only 3.3. Hello, Reggie. How you doing, matey? It's the man with hands. It's the man who's also a cat. It's the man who plays Half-Life 2 and finishes it. It's the one and only Reggie. It's the myth, the legend. Highest first. I'm okay, thanks, mate. How are you? I'm good. It's the legend himself. I've just got a text message. Who the fuck's text messaging me? Why is my phone all the way round that corner? Oh, spam mail. I'm alright as well. Glad to hear it, mate. Glad to hear it. How was Portal? Did you enjoy Portal? My grandma comes tomorrow. Let's go. That's really good news, man. Polar bears have black skin under the white fur. The fur's not white, though. So does that mean the black skin's not true either? To be here for a week? Oh, that's nice, mate. That's very nice. Spending some time with your grandma. How lovely. Portal was fun. Oh, good. Portal's a great game. Portal 2 is 10 times better. But Portal 1's good, too. I always go the wrong way, yeah. This way. Is that all the secrets? Yeah. Now to the end of this level. Onto the Tomb of Qualopec. How these raptors have survived down here, I have no idea. Blows my mind. Portal 2 is one of my favourite games. Yeah, it's really good, right? Next. Thank you. I think all the games from that era, like Half-Life 2, Portal, you know, and those original those games on the Source 1 engine, there's just something magical. Oh, we missed. There's just something magical about those games. They just feel so good to play. They do. No spite and stubbornness. That's how. Well, I missed. What did I say? I forgot what I said. You have to remind me. Female mosquitoes are only ones that bite you. Yeah, I knew that, yeah. How the raptors survived. Oh, yeah, yeah, okay. I got following you now. I forgot what I said. Half-Life had some very annoying shootouts. That's a fair point. That's a fair comment. That is fair. Maybe that's because I'm not used to FPS games. Maybe. Maybe. I think each scene in Half-Life, or Half-Life 2 anyway, each scene where there is a major gunfight, the scene is always laid out specific way where you can tackle it smoothly and you can do it in like a really successful way. You just I suppose maybe it's just second time you play it you'll do better. I don't know. But when I was watching you playing it, you seemed like you knew what you was doing. There was some parts when I really wanted to say stuff, but I was like, no backseating, no backseating. Giraffes use the horns on heads to fight by swinging their heads at each other. Do some serious damage. Nice. Thanks. No, it's okay, mate. I enjoy watching people play games for the first time, especially games that I love. Half-Life is one of those games that I really enjoy, so seeing you play it for the first time was refreshing. It was very refreshing. Hey, shitty pants, how you doing? 1,000 plus deaths on Half-Life 1. Oh my days. You really don't play first-person shooters, do you? That's funny. That's really funny. Oops. You have to play Max Payne. That's third person shooter, but it's really good. Max Payne's a good one. How are you today, Chris? You legend. Oh, we've already asked you. I'm good, you. Well done on the loads of the meds pistols only. I know it was meant to be all 62, but hey, bloody good run. That last fucking secret. We missed that one last secret. Thank you. I think that is actually my first experience in first FPS, actually. That's actually really interesting. Wait, didn't you play Left 4 Dead before Half-Life? Or was that after Half-Life? Oh no, did you finish but missed the secret? Yeah, that last secret before Natla, I missed the jump. So, yeah, we finished the run, but we didn't. We missed one secret. That was this morning. Or this afternoon. You should just submit today's run. There's no loads of meds pistols only. No, I don't submit my runs. It was a good run. It was a really good run, but it's just for personal achievement. I don't think it's my likes anymore. I'm still on 3,300 likes. I'm not getting any. Wait, maybe that was after Half-Life. Oh, I have no idea. I don't remember. I've seen you play both. Guys, I got my I've actually got a subscription on TikTok. Can you believe it? Someone actually subscribed to me on TikTok. Not just anyone, but Shadow. Can you believe it? Someone actually subscribed to me on TikTok. It's amazing. I'm very thankful to Shadow. So back to Tomb Raider. Just until this run's finished and then I'm done. We're like 1 millimeter away from completing this run, so we'll probably finished today. Probably finished. This might be the run. Yeah, and then we have got a Fortnite sponsorship that's supposed to be on Wednesday, but it's just been delayed. So the Fortnite sponsorship is now going to be the 28th this month. Oh my days, it's Lucy on TikTok. I've played Tomb Raider 4 on stream, mate.
Have my total attention now.
I've done it. It's just too long. I enjoy it. It's a good game. It's just too long. Lucy, I've never asked you this, but where does the term Luxpo come from? Luxpo Games. So we are going to jump over a tile that skips the spawn of PA, so we don't have a big gunfight in this room. I'll tell you what tile when we get there. I lost my Fortnite virginity last Saturday. Let's go. Did you enjoy it? For me, Fortnite's more a social platform rather than a really enjoyable game. It's okay as a game, but it's more a social thing for me. Yeah, it's a very long game. It really is. I have no clue. It's one of those things I made up when I was 15. Alright, fair enough. So this tile here, that's got a symbol on it. We got to jump over that one to skip the spawn of PA. And the same on the way out. And that prevents a big gunfight. I mean, just ignore these gorillas. They're just having their bananas in the corner. How do I download your VOD from today? I have to make you an editor. Let me make you an editor. I'll do it now because I'll forget otherwise. I am, I think. No, you're a mod. I don't know if you're an editor. Let's find out. Community role manager. Let's see. Danielle is... Oh, you are an editor? Okay, so you go to dashboard.twitch.tv/kboxgames. Dashboard.twitch.tv/kboxgames. And on the left, you'll have content, video producer, and you'll see all my VODs there. And you can download it through there. If you need help, let me know. My friends were kind enough to guide me around, so we had fun. Yeah, that's nice, mate. It is a fun game when you're playing with friends, definitely. Yeah, I wouldn't play it solo. Never. Very, very rare I've played solo. Got it, thanks. Yeah, you're welcome. Back to lurking. No problems, Danielle. Till he starts shouting at you, then the friendship starts to crumble. Wait, have you experienced? Are you talking from experience, Lucy? That sounds disastrous. That sounds terrible. I've never lost friends over a game, ever. Oh my days. Oh dear. Actually, my boyfriend talking to me like shit, so it was like it's a game and turned my Xbox off. Your boyfriend spoke to you like shit over the game. Oh dear. He was at my door with chocolate an hour later. Oh bless. I suppose that's nice. I suppose that's nice. This was in 2017. Wait, you've been playing Fortnite since 2017? Why aren't you better? I'm only messing. I'm joking. I'm joking. Please don't bite my head off.
Kevin.
I know, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Watched the stream earlier, now has put me in the mood to start playing Tomb Raider 2 and going for that platinum. Do you know what, mate? You got this. Go and smash that game. Oops. Tomb Raider 2 is the better one out of the first two, in my opinion. But number one is a close second, you know. A close friend stopped being friends with me because I said I thought One Direction was shit. Is that a true story? Or is this a joke? I think I might go for a snack run and get some Maltesers before gaming. Oh, Maltesers, yes. What do you plan on playing, Lucy? Is it just Fortnite or are you playing something else? And are you streaming? Absolutely true. Hasn't talked to me in 12 years. Oh my days. Oh my days. I'm with you on that, mate, though. One Direction is shit. That's crazy. Nah, I just thought I probably won't stream. I look like shit. So do I. It doesn't stop me streaming. Shouldn't not stream just because of how you look. Streaming, no one cares, you know what I mean? People are there to hang out with you. No, what am I doing? No, I'm doing things in the wrong order here. Pay attention, Kev. Hi, Immoral. How are you doing today, you wonderful human being? I went to see Harry Styles in concert last year. Oh, I feel sorry, but I feel sorry for you. What a sacrifice that is. Just so he has a bit of money in his pocket. You know what? Good on you, actually, for sacrificing a bit of money and showing sympathy by going to his concert. Well done. Love me some Maltesers? Yeah, me too. Worst concert I've been to? Oh, wow. Okay, maybe we will. That's the spirit. Suppose you could say Here and Me had a whole lot history. One Direction lyrics. Oh, I didn't even know that. I don't know any One Direction songs. I don't let them go into my head. Why do you always assume everyone is a human being? That's a good question. Why do I always assume everyone is a human being? I mean, I for one, I'm not. I'm just AI. That's a good question that I don't have the answer to, unfortunately. Why do I assume everyone is a human being? That's a very good question. I don't have your answers, I'm sorry. I don't have the answer to that. We are having leftover fried chicken. Do you know what, you always talk about food and it always makes me hungry, and I've only just ate. I'll read the rest of it now, hang on. Leftover fried chicken reheated in the air fryer with some chips and corn on the cob. Oh yeah, delicious. Deep fried chips. That's squash, Laura. Deep fried chips. Hey, who's active on TikTok? Give me a wave if you're there, guys. Oh. I'm a sausage that identifies as a toaster wanting a shower. Have you had your mushrooms today, Immoral? In fact, have you been digging into my mushrooms? You have. You have definitely been digging into my mushrooms. I was wondering where all my mushrooms had gone. Turns out a model's been sprinkling them on her chicken. No, that is not a euphemism. Monkey see, monkey do. Monkey wee, monkey poo. Yep, deep fried chips as Hubby and the boys are now officially addicted. Ah, fair enough. Fair enough. Oh, come on. I'm always like a pixel off. I always get that dead short. What happened with the run earlier, Kev? I finished it, but the last secret I missed because I didn't do the jump right. So we missed the secret, but we finished the run. Just the one last secret that I missed. I failed to jump. Sat here eating a massive... I had to read that twice. I read it wrong first. Stick of rock. My dad brought me back from Brighton. Ah, that's nice. I've never been to Brighton. Oh man, yeah. Literally just the last secret. I had not hardly any health as well. I done Natla flawless and I never took any damage off Natla. It was great. The rest of the run was great. Just that one secret that we missed. I haven't either. My dad goes up there for auctions. Is that what you said? Is that what that says, auctions? That says how far you got, though. Yeah. Completed the whole run, really. Just that one last fucking secret. I know I haven't practiced it. I'm just going to go for it again. I know how to do it. Yeah. Oh, nice. What sort of stuff does he sell or buy in auctions? Is it property or is it vehicles or what? What is it that he does? Oh my days, it's Jenny C. Did you get the secret here? I did. Yes, I did. How far did you get last time? We got all the way to the end, Jenny. We finished the run. However, the very last secret, I missed the jump, so I missed the secret. But we finished the run, just missed one secret. Collector stuff, stamps, antiques and such. Oh yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Oh, Jenny has a doorbell. She does. Lucy will have one soon too. Lucy's just moved up to VIP status. Oh, no way. Well done. No. How are you? Yeah, I'm okay. I'm a bit gutted that I missed that secret earlier, but I'm good. This will be the run. This one's the one. He has his own business, buying and selling that kind of stuff. Oh, nice. Nice. I'm in a foul mood. What happened? What's happened? You remember back in March, my mum's car got scrapped? I mean, I think I remember you mentioning it briefly, yeah. And she left us totally... Oh, yeah. I remember now, yeah. I remember having the conversation with you, yeah. I did what to do with leftover slow-cooked barbecue ribs. I was thinking rib meat and beans on a jacket potato sprinkled with cheese. Sounds good enough. You've already got your idea by the sounds of it. Carl and I have had to pay for breakfast club and after school club because Carl's mum isn't reliable because his sister has autism and ADHD. And we have had to change our work schedules, take time off, etc. Ugh, it's all a big kerfuffle, innit? It's all a big kerfuffle. All this ripple effect. Anyway, my man is still being picking my brother's daughter up from school because she has a two-seater sports car. Ugh. How annoying. So I was fuming that she was still helping my brother out when she couldn't help us. Yeah, rightfully so, but it's not fair. Yeah, I agree. No, I agree. I agree. It's unfair. I'd be annoyed as well, Jenny, to be fair. It's not on that. Well, tonight I've had 12 missed calls from my brother and 6 WhatsApp messages because he wants me to take my niece to school tomorrow Wednesday and collect her on Friday. So what are you going to do about that? What's your plan? So why do we get left with no help at all? Yeah, I understand your frustration, to be fair. I'd be the same. Oh, trust me, there's neurodiversion. People don't mean to harm things, just run out of control. But sometimes I'm sorry it's affecting you. I mean, my goal is to never harm or hurt anyone, but, you know, sometimes it happens, but it's never on purpose. It's never on purpose. Just give me a second, guys. I did get a message I need to reply to. I've just been ignoring him. I know this makes me sound like a dick, but my niece is not my responsibility. Do you know what? You're right. You know, as a parent, if you're a full-time parent and like family members, brothers and sisters have got kids. At the end of the day, you got to put your own kids first. If you haven't got the time or the energy, or you're not well enough to do something, then don't do it. You prioritize your own immediate family first, and only help if you can or want to. You know. Pierre's just running around like a silly sausage. Really agree, Kevin. Yeah, your immediate family comes first. No matter how close or not close you are to other family members, that doesn't matter. I've got enough going on in the morning, get my own kids sorted. Well, there you go. That's you know, that's more than enough reason to not help out. He's never once done anything to help us out ever. That's fair. Don't do it if it'd be putting you out, mate. Exactly, I agree. Jenny, was it you when they sorted your niece a lift home from school and left your own kids stood by themselves? Yeah, it was. I remember that, yeah. I remember that. Shocking, isn't it just? Now he's messaged me saying it's not fair on Mum for her to have to come up and take my niece to school tomorrow Wednesday when she's picking her up as well. Like, I missed the point where this was my problem. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Sort yourself childcare then. Exactly. No is a full sentence. It is. No is a very valid response. We got left up the shitter with 2 fucking days notice and no one has helped us. Then don't be going out your way to help them back, you know. You have to give them help, sorry. Sorry, I'm salty about it. No, you know what? You're expressing yourself and expressing why you feel the way you do. Nothing salty about it. You're saying it how it is, which is good. Did I get the secrets? Yeah. If they don't help you, then I'll tell them to ram it. Yeah. So would I. Or words of that effect, anyway. Robin has more autism and mornings are difficult enough without having to drive to his house, pick my niece up as well. Exactly. Don't be putting yourself into any more stress. Or like Danielle said, just said no. Just say no. You don't have to explain yourself. Oh, my knees are hurting. I think I'm getting old man knees. I'm just ignoring them. Fair enough. No response is a response as well. Jesus fucking Christ. We took damage. I'm feeling extremely tired. I'm feeling extremely tired. all of a sudden. Very tired. Like it suddenly, in an instant, just hit me smack in the face. Hey Rachie, how you doing? If any player end up losing my temper, then he will cry to mum. Then my mum will have a go at me. Then I'll have to go to my. Then I'll have a go at my mum. Then my dad will get involved. Oh, oh dear, that's not great. My family disrespect my boundaries all the time. There's nothing worse than getting your boundaries disrespected or ignored. Come on. Oh. Oh. Come on. Ooh, ooh, How you doing, Rachie? Good to see you. This level's gone very sloppy. We're not even... We haven't even started the level yet. It's fucking sloppy mess. This is... Sloppy mess. Don't be sorry for venting, Jenny. Yeah, I'm good, lovely, in my own head a bit about tomorrow as the doctor wants to retry the failed bone marrow biopsy. Oh yeah, that was a while ago now, wasn't it? Do you know what? Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. It all goes well. You'll have to keep us updated. I had a friend who did that more than once. She tried to reach out the other day to do the same. Then she always does. I told her that I was done with her games and I'm not her unpaid babysitter. Yeah, just don't let people take the piss, innit? Don't like value yourself enough to not let people take the piss. I done that for most of my life. I won't anymore. I won't let anyone take the piss. But I done that most of my life. I was like a big doormat. Not no more. Hi Lily. Here's my daughter, ladies and gentlemen. Hi Lily. How you doing? I'm going to my artist in the Walker Art Gallery in town. I know, I've been telling people about it. Well done. Well done. Absolutely. I bet you're very happy with yourself. I'm happy. I'm happy with you. You won. Let's go. I've seen your photos as well. No, it's embarrassing. Why is it embarrassing? You should be proud of yourself. See, everyone's saying how amazing it is, Lily. Everyone knows you're not going to be able to escape it now. Let me catch up with chat. And how I want to be... Hang on. And how I want to be treated. And she takes advantage for that reason. Do you know what's not a friend, though, Shadow? That's not a friend. Hi, Kazza. How you doing? Good to see you. Get it back on the shop. No problems, Lucy. I will do. If you're streaming, I'll probably be watching to distract myself. Got Mum coming with me as well, so she's going to be telling them to carry on if I flake out. Oh yeah, I'll be streaming. I'll be streaming. Everyone wants to see it, and it's too much attention. You don't like the attention. I think you should be really, really proud of yourself, because I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. You made a piece of art, and people wanna. It won, as in the best to go on in the Walker Art Gallery. I think that's amazing. I didn't even know you were into art that much. I honestly didn't know. Just to make sure I remember this right, 10 suspension on my usual jokes, right? Yeah. Yeah. I'm doing good, buddy. How are you? Yeah, I'm okay. Thanks, Kazza. Oops, wrong way. I was going for the monkey, but he's not here.
You gotta believe.
Why are you embarrassed though, Lily? Why are you embarrassed about having art in the... It shows you have skill.
Yourself. You gotta believe.
I don't know. Fair enough. I wish I was creative in the art and drawing and stuff. Shit. I almost died then. I'm not artsy at all. Well, I am in terms of music, but not like visual art. I'm no good. I can't even draw stickmen, you know. So, Lily, is it safe to say if an art competition comes up again, you're never going to enter it because you can't handle the attention? Is it too much? You never want to be a famous artist then? You can only enter in year 9. No, but I mean, like in future, if there's any other art stuff that comes up, like maybe nothing to do with school, maybe something outside of school or something, like, would you not want to enter? I think you should. Probably not. Boo! Go, Lily! I know, right? Going back to lurking, my daughter wants me to go on Roblox with her before bedtime. Have fun on Roblox! Us parents know Roblox very well, don't we? This monkey running around is causing me anxiety. Where is he? There he is. Man's not there yet. You'll get there, Josh. I do too, Kevin. I agree with you. Yeah. Laundry simulator. Wow. How amazing. Laundry simulator on Roblox, eh? I don't allow Nora to play video games or watch a lot of TV. That's fair. You know, we all have our different ways of parenting. This way. I love playing Bloxy Bingo. What's Bloxy Bingo? Jaden's big into Pet Simulator 99, and he's always got me on that. And I'm always farming for the best pets and stuff for him. I did A-level art, specialised in pencil and wax crayons. I love drawing fancy style horses and dragons. I got a B. I bet Lily would get an A+. Oh, that's great, that. Bloxy Bingo is bingo on Roblox. It's just bingo. Fair enough. You love... Oh, you got the bingo bug, have you? Do you have to collect pets and all that stuff and crack eggs open and all that stuff? Or is it just literally bingo? What are the prizes? A child to stick in front of a TV. No, that's Adopt Me. Well, the game my son plays is Pet Simulator 99, and that's all about cracking eggs open and finding the rare pets and all that stuff. I mean, I've got hours and hours and hours in that game because of him, because he likes me to play when he's not here to get all the best stuff. So when the update comes out every week, he's got the best pets to do it. So I'm basically playing the game for him. It's funny. That's Adopt Me. I've never played Adopt Me. I think Lily used to play Adopt Me. You can get money in game to get bingo shouts and different markers. Ooh, it's exciting. Do you actually enjoy it, Lily? No, it's just bingo. I'm turning into Sharon. Sharon's my mum, by the way. My mum, yeah, Lily's nan. She loves the bingo. Lily did play Adopt Me. I played with it. Oh, that's right, yeah. That's right. Adopt Me. Yeah. That's Chloe, by the way. Yeah, I think I remember from last time she was here. I should have done art in school. Did it for 3 years in college, the first time I went to college. How come you didn't do it in school, Danielle? Lily's busy. Lily's got mates? No way. She's doing much better than what I did at school. Monkey see, monkey do. Monkey wee, monkey poo. Didn't think I was good enough. Is it possible to not be good enough in art? I thought anything counts as art. Yeah, I thought anything counts as art. Yes and no. I mean, I could draw a picture of what I believe a fart would look like if farts were visible, and that'd be classed as art, right? I'd call it fart attack. You know what I mean? Just to let everyone know, I'm going to see who live on the 27th of... Who are you going to see? I can't draw, but my art... Who's Niall Horan? I can't draw, but my art teacher begged me to take art as GCSE because I was good with colours. So did you do it? Did you do GCSE art? GCSE art? You get assessed on technique, etc. Oh. Well, who's to say what technique's right and what technique's wrong? He's from One Direction. Oh my god. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh dear. Oh no. Is he a solo artist now, is he? Because One Direction was shit. That's why that is. No, I ended up doing child development and regretting it to this day. Oh dear. But you got some skills out of it though. Oh guys, thank you for liking my stream on TikTok. TikTok's been dead for a while, and the fact that you guys are throwing some likes over helps the algorithm when I next go live. It throws more people to my stream, so thank you. I appreciate it. His music is boss. Well, if he was in One Direction, it's safe to say his music's a load of crap. One Direction rules. Yeah, rules. They rule the world of the worst music ever produced. That's what they're the rulers of. Don't argue with me. It's the truth. I did child development at college level. The second time I went to college. I didn't know that. I didn't know you did that, Danielle. One Direction didn't write their own music. They performed it though, and it was terrible. Oh, how dare you! I have a life-size cutout of him in my room. I know. I've seen your picture. Is it on? Was it on Facebook or something? I don't know. I've seen your picture, or was it Snapchat? He posted it or something. I've seen it. Or was it TikTok? I don't remember. It was a TikTok video. It was a TikTok video. Did you manage to do the no med no load challenge? Back again, by the way. Hi, April. So this morning we done the whole game, start to finish. But the very last secret in the Great Pyramid, I messed the jump up, so we missed one secret. So the run was null and void. So we're going again now. Oh, in psychology. Oh yeah, of course, of course. I found if you wait between groups of tabs, it'll count it. All right, happy days, happy days. I did childcare for NVA 2 and 3, but I'm full-time mum and I hate working in childcare. Oh dear. I want to go see Billie Eilish live. I suppose I wouldn't mind that as well. Yeah. I'm going bye-bye Lily's father. Bye-bye, little father. Thanks for stopping by. By the way, One Direction is shit. That's the message I'm leaving you with. Have a wonderful rest of your evening, knowing One Direction is a load of poo. It's daddy. Since when? Is it? Never knew that. What's the topic of conversation? My daughter came into chat saying she's going to see some One Direction member. And we're just talking about how shit One Direction is. Yeah, that's what we were talking about. Oh god, no, don't let her. If she wants to go and waste it, One Direction is. If she wants to go and waste her time on some ridiculously terrible musician, and that's her choice. One day she'll learn. If we learn from our mistakes, right? This is a big mistake. She'll learn. I have no bad words against One Direction. No, do you know what? Lily Chris there, yeah. He's got big One Direction posters in his bedroom above his bed. He's like a big One Direction fan. He loves One Direction. You and him would be good friends. Does your mum like One Direction as well? Oh god. Yes, I like this now. Yeah, I thought you would. Yeah, he loves One Direction. Like you can ask him any question about One Direction and he'll tell you the answer. He's like a big super nerd, a super fan. I think he's got some T-shirts as well with the One Direction on. He streams with the T-shirts on. Hi Nicole, how you doing? How you doing, Nicole? No, she's just taking me for my birthday. Oh, right, it's a late birthday present. Yeah, of course. It's a bit late, like your birthday's over a month before. I hate One Direction. Me too. I'm buying Chris a One Direction tee for his birthday. He'll love you for that. He's got one already. He's got two. He showed me them. Good, thank you. How are you? Yeah, I'm absolutely fine. Thanks, Nick. Oh, shit. Oh, ballsack! Sorry. That's me getting angry. I was not supposed to go down here. Bye, Lily. I Can't believe I fell. We've been doing today, Nicole. Lily thinks Chris is a big super fan of One Direction now. You make cute Kev, they both look like you. I know, I couldn't deny them, could I? Strong genes. Yo, Esther Albronda, thank you for the follow, welcome in. Been to work and just dropped my daughter off at cadets. Oh, nice. Well, that's a shocker. Did you get that secret? What secret? Sorry. She wants to join the army when she leaves school. She proper loves it. Really? That's unusual. You don't hear much. You don't hear that much these days. You don't hear about many people going, I want to join the army. Nice. Thought there was one here. Never mind. No, I've got the secrets that I need to get by this point. There's one more, and it's in the Midas's garden before we turn the lead blocks to gold. Nicole, come over to Twitch. It's better. You're still on TikTok. Come to the dark side. Wahaha. She's car obsessed. I know joining the military, she'll get all her licenses. Ah, right. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I still won't let them use Amazon on Switch. Oh, that's a shame. Have you definitely got Prime on your account, yeah? I mean, silly question. You know if you've got Prime or not. Yeah, for some people it takes a few days as well for it to update. Some people it's instant. It all depends. $1,000,000%. I have it for next day delivery. Yeah, yeah, fair enough. Like I said, some people it updates straight away. Some people it's 24 hours. Some people it's longer than that. So just check whenever. I don't buy enough to use Amazon Prime. Can't afford to buy enough or pay for Prime itself. We got one more secret to get, which is coming up in a moment. Do you know what I find really, really funny, and it's still tickling me, is that Lily's friend said by Lily's father. Just Lily's father. It's just Father. How posh. Father. It's weird that coming from a Scouser, you know what I mean? Hey! Boo! That should be all the secrets, right? Yeah. Lara does some weird stuff here with her foo-foo area. No idea what she's doing. But she does some weird stuff, look. She's pulling something out of there. I have no idea what she's pulling out of there. She's pulling something out. Oops. Let the lady pee in peace. If that is how ladies pee, I'm shocked. She's after Vicky's job in bed as well. Sticky Vicky. Lubricated Lara. That'll be Lara's name, innit? Sticky Vicky's arch nemesis. Lubricated Lara. Luby Lara, yeah, exactly. Luby Lara. That's funny. On to my favourite level next. Luby. Luby Lara. Hey Dark Angel, I didn't see you there. How are you? How you doing, Dark Angel? Surviving, I think. Good. That's really good. It's better than not surviving. Luby Lara, I love it. Luby Lara. I'm glad you're surviving. Keep on surviving. You got this. You got this. Oh, that's hot. It's very hot. Very, very hot like my girlfriend. 7,000 likes on TikTok. You guys are legends. Thank you. No. No. No, no. No, no. Not very hot at the moment. Here, out, pulled back, on makeup, on. Very hot. I'll pull your hair back for you.
Kevin.
Sorry. Tell me off. Tell me I've been a bad boy. Beanie. Come on, mate. Seven out of 10. Thanks. 6.5 out of 10. It tasted like pure hot sauce. Like very, very hot pepper sauce. So no, we're gonna ignore. We're gonna ignore Pierre. We're gonna ignore him. It's fine. Don't worry. It's fine. It's absolutely fine. Dragon breath. That's what it feels like. Hi, Sheen. How you doing? That's the best look in my opinion. Hubby likes me made up, but it's cute being barefaced and comfortable enough not to have a face of makeup on. What have I missed? You missed me burst into a massive ball of light and become one with the universe. I'm doing good, thanks. You just jury service finished today. Thank God. Finally. Finally, right? Sheen, on this afternoon's run, we made it. We finished the whole game, but I failed the last secret in the Great Pyramid, so we were one secret down. I'm really annoyed. So we're going for it again. Yeah. We missed that last secret. I failed it. Oh man, really? Yeah, really. Just that last secret. I survived the fall because I landed in the water. And then I went on to kill Natla. Finish the run. Finish the game. Just that one secret. Because it's a missable secret. If you fail the jump, you miss the secret. Shadows, everything okay? Did you disappear for a bit? That's so annoying. Yeah. That's the beauty of doing these runs. There'll be so many runs where you get right to the end and die right at the end, or you'll miss a secret in this case, and it just happens all the time. And you get used to it. It's frustrating, but within the frustration, it makes you want to power on through the next one and just get it done. It's also motivation. Let me just kill this croc. Where the fuck is he? Did I get this secret over here? I don't remember. Yeah, I'm good. Nora dysregulated and I needed to support it. Oh, bless. Bless. I hope she's okay. My attempt tomorrow. It is. So if you don't follow Danielle, go and give her a follow. She'll be doing no loads, no meds, all secrets. Pistols only tomorrow. On this very exact game. Yeah, she's okay. Good. Good. Bum 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 ba ba bum 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 ba ba bum 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 bum. not feeling very chatty at the moment, guys, because I'm feeling, excuse me, I'm feeling very socially drained. I've been talking a lot on stream today. I'm feeling pretty tired at the moment. My social battery's like pretty empty at the moment. So I apologise in advance if I'm not as chatty as this morning. What's the likes like on TikTok? We're on 8.3k at the moment. Absolutely smashing it. My PB is 60k. Hopefully taking my youngest pony out for our second ride tomorrow, but looks like it's going to be really wet weather. Ah, well, fingers crossed the weather's okay to go riding. Don't worry, dude. Yeah, I don't want to come across as like being ignorant or something. You know, I'm just feeling a little drained at the moment. Oh shit, I forgot about him. I don't know if I can manage that witch. I normally kill him there, you see. He doesn't normally come out the door if I don't kill him.
Hello.
Hey, Leandra.
Hello.
How you doing?
Hello. Hello.
These bots are in full swing on Kick. Look at that. Hey, I just followed you. No shit. How are you? By the way, I do some crazy artwork. Mind if I can share it with you? I just want some suggestions about my work. Kindly add me. Here's my Discord username. How about here's a thing. Here's something for you. What's your name? Carol Dora. How about you take your artwork, yeah, and you shove it up your arse and stop going into streamers' channels trying to sell them stuff. It's not welcome. And nobody likes it. So go and choke on your vomit. Or something. It's pissing me off. It's pissing me off. That's like 7 or 8 today now. Hey Leandra, how you doing? Sorry about that, sorry. It's getting on me tits, you know? It's getting on me tits. I apologise. It's because my Kick channel has died and there's one viewer, and it's always when you've got hardly any viewers to come in and try and sell you artwork to better your stream. But my stream is absolutely fine the way it is. My stream's fine the way it is. I've got it how I want it. My overlay is a simple one. I don't need all loads of stuff on the screen, you know. Everything's absolutely fine. Piss off, art bots. Anyway. I'm good not being on for a while. It has been a while. You're right. It has been a while. I'm glad you're good. Kev, want to buy some artwork? Piss off. Horny Rabbit. HR, that's who it is. We've got Horny Rabbit. What's the best Tomb Raider? Tomb Raider 2, in my opinion. Top Brooker. Tomb Raider 2, mate. Good name, that Horny Rabbit. Well, what else does HR stand for, you know? Do you know what? It's okay if you are a horny rabbit, you know? I mean, I would say being horny is a human thing, but, you know, rabbits obviously get horny too. So, Sheen, now that jury service is finished, when are you back at work? Human resources? Yeah, I went to the dirty version, didn't I? You horny rabbit. Human resources was the first thing that came to my mind, but I was like, that's a bit boring. Let's go for something a bit wild. I'm a HR worst nightmare at work. What do you do for work, Dark Angel? Of course you did, yeah, I did, honest. Honestly. Back at work Wednesday. Fair enough. Fair enough. Have you missed work? Or are you dreading going back? Fifty-fifty. Fair enough. Fair enough. What are you going to do with your day off tomorrow? Got any plans to stream or anything? I work in finance, so I pay suppliers and process invoices and all that jazz. So it gets pretty hectic. Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. I'd probably be really good at that sort of job, but I'd get bored probably. I'd probably get bored. Oh shit! I'd probably get bored pretty fast. Not sure. Yeah, fair enough, mate. Fair enough. Guys, if you don't follow Sheen, go and give Sheen a follow on Twitch. Sheen is a great human being. He's a great friend, top tier person. You know, you should go and definitely check out his streams. If you don't, you're missing out. 10k likes, I'm on 9.1. 9.1 my end. I'm Betty vocal when people piss me off. Remind me to never piss you off. It's never a dull job. Every day is different. Done it for over 15 years. Ah, fair enough. Do you enjoy it? 9.3k likes now. Pardon me. Mods, can we get a shout out for Danielle? And can we get a shout out for Sheen, please? You should go and follow these people on Twitch. 2 shout outs. One for Danielle, one for Sheen. I've never seen that clip before. Oh no. At least it was at the start. At least it was at the
Hey,
start of the game.
Spinosaurus, how you doing? Thanks for popping in.
At least it was at the start of the game and not the end, right?
No.
Did you get squashed by? Did you get caught by the icicles there?
I'm good, be alright, just change my. Okay, see you in a bit.
Oh, it's Danielle. There she is.
Yeah. Tell you, sneaky rat. Oh! Oh dear, that was not good. Oh!
Nibble, nibble.
What guns have I got?
I made it. Da, 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 da. Yeah, that's Danielle. Thanks for the shout out, guys. If you don't follow them, go and give each one a follow, please. There she is. Happens to me every time. I'm not level. What, you get nibbled by rats and fall off? Is that what we're on about? Or we're on about something else? There were so many clips. Um, No squashed by the spikes. Oh, on Tomb Raider 2, yeah, yeah. It's a brutal first level for the casual player, to be fair. Aye, aye, Captain. Both followed, although already following the lovely Danielle. You legend. You legend. Great streamers they are. I just think when I need to pick everything up, risk Laura's life for a flare. It's worth it. There is an achievement for max percent, picking up every item. So. Good practice for when you go achievements hunting. Definitely. It's weird that I just pronounced the T in hunting. I never pronounced the T in hunting. 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 It's like hunting. 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 Language is funny, innit? Accents are funny. Hunting. Hunt. But the thing is, I say bottle, but I say water. So I say bottle. No, sorry. I say bottle, but I pronounce the T in water. Bottle of water. I don't say bottle of water. I say bottle of water. I can't make my mind up on which T's to pronounce and which ones to ignore. I played this in the 90s. Me too, mate. Me too. So did I. Ah! My dad would have pronounced them all. Yeah, you do it sometimes as well when you're speaking, Daniel. You like over-announce your T's. You really get your effort into the T's sometimes. I've noticed. I typed that quickly. It's okay. We can call him your dad if you want. I have a thick, broad Derbyshire accent. I have no idea what that accent sounds like. Unfortunately. Blame me, Zah. Oh well. No, it's not a bad thing. Have you beaten it? No, this is the first time I've ever played it, mate. The first time I've ever played it. No, I'm doing a challenge run at the moment, Stephen. I'm doing a challenge run where I'm doing no loads, no meds, all secrets, pistols only. So I'm not allowed to save or load. I'm not allowed to use any medipacks. I'm only allowed to use Laura's pistols, and I've got to collect all secrets. If I fail any of them, I have to restart the whole game. As Brits, we should always say our T's. Yeah, who pronounces the T's? We've been getting photos together for the Year 6 leavers, and I'm emotional as fuck now. Oh, bless you. Bless you, Jenny. How are you doing today, Stephen? Stephen Evenden? That will be hard? Nah. I'm pretty good at this game, mate. Not too hard. It was harder on Tomb Raider 2. I've done it on Tomb Raider 2, and that was very hard. It was very hard. Oh, come on. This is a safe strategy, but it takes forever. I'm actually considering going up there. I just wanted. Come on, monkey. Monkey. I say me teas always, do ya? Have you got a posh accent, Shadow? Oh. Wee! Wee! We've got one secret coming up in a moment. If we... this secret is missable. We can actually mess up and completely miss it. But hopefully that doesn't happen. Once we get through that door there. I think I say my teas too. Do ya? It's hard to think how you sound, isn't it? It is, yeah. It is. Because it's just so... We don't think about how we pronounce things. We just say them. My area, yeah, but not compared to most places. My mother went to a boarding school. Ah, right, okay. And she hates improper language. Was you brought up in a way where you had to speak properly then? When I say properly, I mean pronounce all your words and letters correctly. Come on, mister. Well, I was joking, jeez. I'm posh as fuck, me. No, you're not. No, you're not. Yeah, I get the backs of my hands smacked with a ruler if I misspoke. Oh, really? Damn. That's brutal. I used to say water and not water. Drove my mum crazy. Really? See, I definitely say the T in water. But like bottle. I won't say the T. I say bottle instead of bottle. Saying bottle, it feels like extra work on my mouth muscles. And I don't like it. It requires extra concentration. So instead of saying throttle, I say throttle as well. And when Kev uses phrases such as "was you brought up to speak proper," then what he means is were you brought up to speak better than him, which is not hard to be fair. It's not hard to be fair. I can say with or without. It's like Scouse, it's like me, for example, trying to say chicken, but properly without the roll of the K on the back of the throat there. Chicken. But if I try and do it without chicken, it's just awkward and forced, and it doesn't feel natural. And it's like, I'm a Geordie, I don't speak proper. I know, I've heard your voice. When I see your talk, you imagine me trying to say talk without the talk. It's so hard. When I see your talk to my friends, I have to try very hard to sound and say like things like them. Just be yourself. Why change how you speak? Just be yourself. I love it when Scousers say chicken goujon. This is the missable secret. So first of all, we have to jump to here. And we have to not mess up these jumps. For fuck's sake, what a silly quote. Chicken goujon. Just makes me laugh every time. What are you having for dinner? Chicken goujon. And a packet of crisps. From the local takeaway. I don't understand slang and have a hard understanding of cultural retransfers they make. It makes me feel lonely. Hey Quiz, how you doing today? I mean, it's okay to not fit in. I don't fit in with anyone. I'm a complete and utter outcast. I'm a weirdo. I love it. Mr. Scousers live. The sound is nice. Chicken. Like. Fuch. Buch. Bach. Bach pach. There you go. You got your fill of it. You talking to your invisible friends again? No, you can clearly see. You can actually see the chat below camera today. So fuck you and your invisible friend shit. Jenny C. It's working today. How are you, Quiz? You okay? My granddad is a Cockney. I grew up with Cockney rhymes. Like no idea what he's on with. Do you have any like Cockney in your accent at all, Nicole? Triggered, Kev. Yeah, you have, yeah. Fuck you, Jenny. I spend half my time looking up text slang and yet I get called posh. Git. For the way I talk. Oh, bless you. Oops. I wasn't watching the screen. I'm good. I'm a Brummie, so it's complete contrast to our accent. In my opinion, Brummies sound like they're in pain all the time. It sounds like they're always in pain. Like everything hurts. I've always hated text slang, never used it. No, none at all. My mum and gran are Manx, but I grew up in Derbyshire. So if you got a Manc accent, I love Manchester. How I deal with offers of vodka at parties. One's okay, two at the most, three under the table, four under the host. I like it. I sound like a commoner, so everyone thinks we sound like it's elongated vowels sound. We sound like it's elongated vowel sounds. Apparently, that's exactly what it sounds like. That's a good. Yeah, that's exactly what it sounds like. Elongated vowels.
Late for the prize given, no? Still, it is the taking part which counts.
No, but sometimes how they pronounce something, it slips out. Oh, really? Fair enough. I've been called a posh cockney. I can understand why. Black country accent is one everyone recognises and confuses it with a Brummie accent. I wouldn't say. I'd have to hear them side by side to tell, to be fair. After he's using spell slang, won't be able to spell eventually. I used to use text slang like when I was young, like teenager, but not anymore. People from Fife sound like everything's a conspiracy. Huh? How does that work? I'm interested now. How does one sound like everything's a conspiracy? Oh, fuck's sake, Laura. You really doing my nut in today? I did too, Kev. Got charged per letter on the text. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Trying to fit everything into one text message. So you don't get double charged. Yes. Yeah, same. Stick to what you know. Don't confuse yourself to fit in. Exactly. Just be yourself, innit? I'd rather be an outcast. Because people who stand out, people who are outcasts stand out. Standing out is good in my opinion. Standing out is really good. I like the fact that I'm a weirdo. I like the fact that I've got a fucked up mind. Sometimes I wouldn't use spaces either. Yeah, and just start each word with a capital letter so the receiver knows how to read it. Not in high school. No, I stood out in high school as well. I got bullied and stuff, but I wouldn't go back and change that. Send a voice note, let me listen.
How people in Fife tend to speak is that at the end of every sentence they tend to go like. So like I've been away doing the tune like. So it kind of sounds like whenever they say a sentence, everything sounds like a conspiracy.
I get you now, yeah.
Daniel probably knows what I mean.
Yeah, I get it now. I understand how it can sound like a conspiracy. I don't think I've ever heard anyone from Fife speak, to be fair. I was bullied in secondary school. So was I. So was I. I stand out by not bothering to talk to people anymore. Do you know what, Shadow? I don't socialise away from the internet. Apart from, like, my kids. I have my kids every weekend. Or I have my son anyway. I don't see Lily often. And when I'm with Danielle, you know, that's my only outside of the internet social life. We're all weird in here. I love it. We are. We are. We're on to the Egypt levels now. Me too. I hated secondary school. As much as I didn't like being bullied and stuff, yeah. I wouldn't change secondary school for anything. Like, it's part of the reason I am who I am today. A small part. Because I've been through a lot worse after school. After like, my adult life, I've been through a hell of a lot worse. But it's partly the reason I am who I am. So, I wouldn't change it. I'm in the house alone 95% of the time. Wait, haven't you got a husband? Or have you got a husband? Or are you in a relationship? I'm sure you have. Or am I getting mixed up with someone else? You can use that voice note to fall asleep to, don't you worry about that. I'll use it to whack one out, mate. It was sexy. I didn't like being bullied, but I still enjoyed secondary school. Me and my little goth gang were class. No, but I'm imagining things then. Spat your drink out. You're welcome, mate. You're welcome. Wish I had a bit more confidence, but can't chance the past. Do you know what? Here's a little something about me. I am not confident in the slightest. I am an anxiety-riddled specimen. I can't even go out the house without feeling, you know, while feeling okay. I just can't. Your comedic timing, as ever, is simply brilliant. I wasn't even trying to be funny, to be fair. I was just trying to be a weirdo. It's just trying to be weird. I'm riddled with anxiety, ditto. Ditto. This is why, do you know what, guys? And I'm going to say this again. I know it's not happening now. But this is why I try and arrange a meet-up for us all. Obviously, this one's had to be postponed now because I have to move home. But this is why I done a meet-up last year. And this is why I want to do another one. It's because I want us all to, if you can make it, to come out of our comfort zone and just spend some time together, you know, where we all have the understanding that we all have like a bit of anxiety, and you know, it was wonderful last year. I want to do it again. Do a handstand on the Sphinx, please. Okay, when I get there. You don't need to try to be weird, Arkev. Jenny, me and you are gonna fall out. I don't even have kids. I can go full 24 hours without speaking if I have no work calls. Do you know what? Ditto. If I didn't stream, I'd go days without speak. Actually, I wouldn't, because I speak to Danielle every day now. But before I was in a relationship, I could go days without speaking. I could go all week without speaking to anyone until I had my kids. Why was it so wonderful, Kev? Well, it was the first time I met you. That's the main thing. That's the #1 thing right up there. That's like the #1 big moment. But other than that, it was just really nice having everyone together, you know. All my all my streaming buddies. It was nice. I once got backed into a corner where I had to stick up for myself. Never shook so much in my life, but the bullying stopped. Good on you. Good on you. Like I could fight these bullies, yeah. Because I was doing martial arts at the time, and I put my all into my martial arts. I could have got into a fight with these bullies, but I just didn't think it was worth it. I was like, yeah, you do you. Pick on me, I don't care. You'll go nowhere in life. And hey presto, here I am playing games on the internet. I've got nowhere in life. It's funny, isn't it? Yeah, I can go full weekends. I just value my own company a lot. A lot. I went a week once without speaking to anyone. Was that due to depression and stuff, Danielle, or? I was bullied for being a goth, for crying too much, for being that word. School is fucking savage. It is. Kids are horrible. Kids are horrible. I did martial arts too, and my dad said when I went through, I should have hit him back. I think the discipline kicks in. It does, yeah. It does. Oh, bless you, Danielle. I just had an easy target on my back, I suppose, in school. Like I was the kind of person who didn't fit into any group, but I mixed amongst them all. Like I was not like an outcast. I just drifted around everyone. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe people just didn't like that, or saw that as someone who's a big softie with an easy target. I don't know. Oh, I'm fine now. I'm 34. All this happened when I was 16. Look at you smashing life now, Jenny. Look at you now. Sounds really petty and mean, but I saw my bully a few years after high school. Like, life was not kind to her. Well, good. Basically, I told someone who I thought was a friend. I told someone who was a friend. I told everyone, but he also told everyone I was lying about it. Oh, the bastards. I got bullied for years. Then my dad said you're gonna have to just fight back, and I did, and I got suspended. In junior school I fought back, and I stopped getting bullied in junior school. That was when I first started martial arts. Yeah, I did fight back once. Battered the lad who was always hitting me and stuff, and then it just started all over again in high school. I was like, yeah, whatever. Fighting's not for me unless I really have to defend myself, or like if my life's at risk, or if one of my loved ones is in danger, I will fight. She looked a mess. I got bullied when I fell pregnant at 19. People said I was lying about being pregnant too. Aren't people just evil twats? They are evil. In secondary school, I was 3 feet tall. I was so tiny, I was an easy target for bullies. How tall are you now, Shadow? Like, I'm pretty small for a man. Danielle's small. My other half, yeah, she's small. The best things comes in small packages, you gotta remember that. My daughter was bullied at school for being fat. Honestly, she's a size 6 to 8 now and will not eat. Oh, that's not nice. Let me just catch up with chat there quick. I saw the lads who said I was lying about being pregnant not long after I had Harry. I showed him baby Harry in the pram and said, do you like my fake baby? He couldn't run away fast enough and he's never spoken to me since. Good on you. The bastard. Yeah, I started boxing and battered the guy. Let's go, mate. I wasn't like that in school. I'd go toe-to-toe with anyone. Now I'd cower away. It's the opposite for me. I just avoided everyone. But now I won't take no shit from no one. 5'1". You're bigger than Danielle. Danielle's 5 foot. But I don't fight to prove thing, but I will never ever get bullied again. I always stand my ground. That's what I'm like now, mate. I won't take no shit from nobody. I got bullied for that too until I knocked the boy out. He was like paper. Good on you. So the C4, so don't mess with the little ones. Exactly. I hate fighting. I like watching it, as in I like, you know, the UFC and stuff, but like street fighting and stuff, yeah, it's just brutal. I don't like it. My fake baby's 14 now, and the bloke's still never spoken to me. He's a dick, isn't he? I hate confrontation. Me too. Smaller the berry, the sweeter the juice. Exactly. That's why I can't say no to my brother and I just have to ignore him. That's fair. I lost all my friends in year 10 because they bullied me for a guy taking advantage of me when I was drunk at a house party. Oh, well, they weren't real friends. And that guy's not a real guy. He's a boy. He's a boy. I won't fight anyone if they start on me. Start on the ones I love. There's another fucking question. Yeah, that's what I'm like, pretty much. The end of the day, you know, we have sex at some point, right? Whether that's when you're in school age, which mine was. I was 14 when I first had sex, you know, and there was girls the same age having sex. You know what I mean? It's just some kids are evil about it, and some kids aren't. The ones who are evil about it are just dicks. We all have sex. Just get over it. Just, you know, get over it. So what? Someone had sex. There was a girl in year 9 who was pregnant, and she had a baby. Do you know what I mean? In my school, there was a few of them. You just get over it, you know. People have sex. Jeez. I agree, Kev. Not real friends. I thought I had mates, but none of them stayed around after school. So I've had loads of people disappear over the years who I consider friends. You know, they never was true friends. You guys are my true friends. I mean that as well. My sister egged a girl at school once for bullying. Best day ever. Nice. I've got one friend left from school. We've been friends since we were 11. She's godmother to my kids. Oh, that's lovely. Can't win. You do stuff like that, you're just a slag. You don't. You're a prude. Exactly. Kids are just mean. No, you've said this. That does. No, you've said that does it not worry you having a daughter at 13. It worries me. A little bit, yeah. A little bit, yeah. But I believe she's mature enough. You know what I mean? She's very mature. She's very mature. She knows what to do, what not to do. You know, she knows to concentrate on education pretty much, which is what matters. So I'm not too worried. She's very sensible. I have the girls who are still best friends 20-something years after leaving secondary school. Oh, let's go. That's really good, that. I've got no friends from school. I've got one friend from school. We've been friends for 32 years. Oh, yeah, that's really good, that. My daughter witnessed seeing the TV. She struggles. Oh, bless. I'm sorry you went through that, honestly. I went through TV, but like it was emotional abuse, like severe emotional abuse, like soul destroying emotional abuse. I went through that for years and years and years. It's not easy. I'm gonna crack on. I'm gonna crack on. I want to punch it, but I won't. Yeah. If only, eh? I lived with it for 14 years till I couldn't take it anymore. Oh, I'm so sorry you went through that, honestly. It's shit. I had it for like 6-7 years, and then I left on Christmas Day one day. And that was it. I'm done. Out I go.
You gotta believe. You gotta believe in yourself.
You gotta be free. You gotta. Oh, I was gonna try and say something funny, but nothing came to my head. Gotta believe in yourself. It is, but I loved him. Stupidly, I still do anyway. My mind's fiberated. I don't love my ex at all in the slightest, but while I was going through all the shit, I still did. Do you know what I mean? I still did. I still. It's weird. I was in love with a monster. You know what I mean? Being bullied actually taught me not to trust everyone who seems genuine. Yeah, don't take things by the front cover ever. Trust your gut in a way. Your gut's pretty much never wrong. Not every friendly face is a friend. Exactly, Laura. Nail on the head. Bum, 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 bum. Isn't this beautiful that we're all here talking about some shitty traumas we've all been through, and we're just sharing with one another, and there's absolutely zero judgment. I fucking love this space. It is beautiful. Look at you guys sharing and talking and about shit you've been through, and there's absolutely zero judgment. It's just great, isn't it? It's just great. It is a very safe space and it'll always be that way. I'll make sure of it.
I will send you to Jesus.
Okay, you send me to Jesus. All the bullies that was aimed at. Nice. Nice. And just, I want you guys to know you are safe to speak about whatever on this stream. Whether that's, whether you're on TikTok or Twitch or whatever, you're free to talk about anything. And there'll never be judgment. And if anyone does try and judge you, they'll be instantly banned. So, or they'll be warned straight away, and then if they don't stop, they'll be banned. Nipples, vagina. Yes, please. I'm sure a Smartie will cheer us all up. Oh, we gotta have a party for genital warts. Let's do it. There we go. It's a nice safe space, but I don't want to tell anyone about some of the things I've been through. That's entirely up to you. Like, just know if you ever do want to talk, you can either talk to me privately, you can message me, or you can speak on the stream. It's entirely up to you. You've always got an ear, is what I'm saying. Party! I said it. There you go. You know what to do, guys. You know what to do. Go crazy. Break the internet. You're welcome, Shadow. Come on, guys, you can do better than that. More More emotes, you can do way better than that. Come on. Lots more, please. More emotes. Make the internet crumble. I want more. I need more. Go crazy, guys. It's been a while since we've had a smarty party, innit? You guys absolutely smashed it. Well done. Absolutely smashed it. Well done. Absolutely smashed it. You did. You guys didn't let me down. Look at that. We didn't lose a single bit of health. That's a fucking record. Look at Shadow with the K-Box badge on TikTok. Because she subscribed. What a legend. I almost died on Fortnite triggering that. It was worth it. Thank you, Danielle. Using Badilla's emotes as she's got you on a screen while streaming and gutted she's missed the smarty. Oh, is she streaming? Is she? What's she streaming? Lost my bot too. Oh, it was worth it. I love this stream. It's great, isn't it? Well, Badilla's got cool emotes. I'm off to collect the eldest. I'll catch you all in half an hour. Nicole, take it easy. Have a safe journey to wherever it is you're going. And we'll see you in half an hour if the run's still alive. If we die, I'll be ending stream. Tomb Raider 1. Oh, nice. Tell her I said hi, please. Don't die, please. I'll do my best. Try the best to not die. I'll do my absolute bestest. I'll work extra hard to not die. Greg's giraffes give me joy too. Oh, I've not been in one of Greg's streams for ages, actually. I don't go in there often enough. I forgot where it was for a moment. I almost walked straight off the edge then. I would have been instant death. There's no way I would have survived down there. I am feeling extremely tired. I don't know whether this run's going to last. Do you know what it is? It's my dog snoring. Oh, bless. My social battery. It's gone. It needs recharging. Pardon me. Still lurking? You legend, COD. You legend, mate. Thank you for the lurk. 11k likes on TikTok. Holy shitballs. I shouldn't have spent so much time talking about fisting and edging. I know, right? Shouldn't have been educational, should I? Silly me. Silly me trying to be entertaining and all. It won't let me add any more. I think TikTok thinks my account might be fake. No, you've absolutely smashed it though, thank you. Thank you for all those hearts. It just helps my stream anyway. Next time I stream, it'll just put my stream out to more people, so thank you very much. My TikTok doesn't do too well in terms of getting people in, unfortunately, compared to Twitch and stuff. But I'm trying. I should post more clips and videos on there, to be fair. But no one makes clips of me, do they? Lazy bastards. Oh, wait, that didn't work. That didn't work. Let me fix that for you. Let me fix that for you. Dead quick. Hello? Hello? Voice mod.
There we go. The voice changer. Weird. There we go. Oh, I made clip. Where did you last make a clip? And what was it? You did not make any clip of me. So because of that, I will come and murder you. I don't need to pick them up. That's KB's fault. It isn't it? KB's fault.
Well, oh, it's back to normal now. What on earth? Jenny triggered a voice changer. I have some voice changes on my channel. Oh, I wasn't meant to do that. I need to stop trying that. I need to stop trying that.
Oh, what one is this? Magic chord. Magic chords. Magic chord. You sound like an Alan. Alien. Why Alan? This one is the best. Because I can say anything and it sounds like I'm singing something beautiful. I like to be fisted. I like to be fisted. Every day, every day, every day. I like to be fisted. Every day, every day. I like to be fisted. Every day. I like to be fisted every single day.
Good job this isn't a family channel. I know, right? I just wrote a new single there. Always come back to the fisting. We do, don't we? I just made a #1 hit right there. That's a number one in the charts tomorrow. Watch. See, I make clips. Thank you. Thank you for that wonderful clip. Good thing Nora's in bed asleep. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I forget. I shouldn't be like this on TikTok. I got banned for that once. Did I get all the secrets? We did. On to Sanctuary next. So these really fucked me over before. Oh, please behave, please behave, please behave, please behave, please behave, please behave. You sexy beast. Oh yeah, I want your babies now. Perfect. You shouldn't have your kids listening to an 18 plus stream. Well, yeah, there's that. I gotta be careful because my daughter comes in, doesn't she? And she's only 13, so... Honestly, I just love it in here. It's great, isn't it? Well, it's you guys that make it great, to be fair. I'm just a boring old streamer who plays games a lot. Was this another clip? Thank you. Handstand on the Sphinx, remember? Yeah, when I get up there, when I get up to his head, I will. I'll do it for you. I've done this the other day. Was it this morning? Or yes, last night? You are absolutely amazing. Thank you, Cod. You're amazing too, mate. You are amazing too. Where's Cod? Cod's on TikTok. Be right back. Got a call. No problem, Shadow. Tell them I said hi, whoever it is. This strange man on the internet says hi. His name's Kev. I was just sorting laundry when the dog Smarty was on. I was laughing after because as soon as the music finished, all I could hear was the mummies groaning. Yeah. A big messy party where everyone's off the face the following morning and the sun's come out. That's what noise they make. Right, we're gonna go and get the Uzis. You said it again. I said Smarty. Oh no, I didn't. Oh yeah, I said that other word, didn't I? Oh, please don't trigger it again. Not again. I ain't ready for another one. We'll pretend it didn't happen. Good. Not again. I need a cuppa and a flake first. Fair enough. Have you got enough flakes for me to have one? I'm now stopped from liking on almost 2,000. Oh, let's go 14,000. Thank you so much, Honey Rabbit. I appreciate it. You guys really do help the stream out, honestly. Be right back making a tea. No problems. I was going to say tab because people have tabs after sex, but I don't smoke. The best thing after sex is shortbread and a brew. Shortbread's like proper shortbread, yeah, and a tea. Oh, it just hits differently. Horny Rabbit, what a name. The name is just HR. I just decided it stood for Horny Rabbit. Shortbread, yes, shortbread and a brew. Shortbread and a brew. Honestly, don't knock it till you try it. After when you next have sex, yeah, have some shortbread and a brew afterwards. You'll thank me. You can thank me later. Sally Reed, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. What a time to come in talking about shortbread and a brew after sex. What a time to follow. Fig roll and a Pepsi Max. Wait, what? Coffee or tea? I'm not a coffee person at all, me. I don't like coffee. I don't know if I'm getting him or not. I guess we'll see. We are on 14k. We've absolutely smashed it on TikTok. Danielle, why are you on TikTok? Are you feeling okay? I don't think I'm getting him, am I? I need to go round here. He might actually be stuck. Oh no, he's dead. Flapjack and a cigarette. No, shortbread and a brew. Fuck all them other ideas off. Shortbread and a brew, it just hits differently after sex. It does. Cigar and a waffle. I don't get it. Pardon, did you ask me something? No. I didn't ask anything. They're from Austin Powers? Alright, okay. A smoke and a pancake then. I'm off to get a beer, no problems, Cod. Enjoy your beer, mate. It's been a while since I've seen the Austin Powers movies, to be fair. Yeah, it's been a while. I do like the Austin Power movies, though. It's a shame that sort of comedy doesn't get done anymore. Gold member, yeah. Gold member, yeah. Oh, thank you for those gifts, Horny Rabbit. Thank you so much. Oh my days, that's a lot of gifts. Thank you so much. Ding dong. Thank you so much for those gifts, HR. $21 TikToks. What is that? What is it that you sent me? I can't see what that is. My eyes aren't working. Welcome back, Danielle. Did you enjoy TikTok? Welcome back, Shadow. Thanks for the link, Danielle. Best after sex snack, bounty bar. Get out. Get out. Be gone. Good riddance. A bounty. Bounties should be banned. Immediate ban, exactly. Absolute wrong, and I agree. Do you know what? If you whip out a bounty bar afterwards, I'd be like, yeah, get out. Go in the living room or something while you eat that. Nah, I could never. I could never kick you out. I wouldn't, you're right. I would not. But I wouldn't be coming close to you or kissing you or anything. No way. You can keep that devil's fluff to yourself. Right in school. Or not to make porn. You've lost me there, Shadow. Might as well get your pineapple pizza out as well. Yeah. Devil's fluff. That's what bounty bars are going to be known as right now. From now on, devil's fluff. Pineapple's great, yeah, but I mean, I don't eat pizza, so I wouldn't know. The idea of pineapple on pizza doesn't sound right at all. Writing skills are not to make porn. I don't understand. Like, I have nothing against anyone who wants to make a bit of porn. Like, but it's up to them, innit? If you want to film yourself and share it, it's up to you. Your body, your vessel, do what you want, share what you want, innit? Can anyone even eat a curly wurly without breaking the teeth? It's because they're so tough that I don't like them. I'm not a fan. My mum, she had dentures. Solid teeth.
Do not get me started on the fucking porn industry. Triggered as fuck.
Oh, jeez. Jenny's on one. My friends call asking me to write a porn story for her girlfriend. Oh. Oh, I'm following you now. Go for it. Make it saucy, innit? Get it to be 50 Shades. But wasn't that pretty shit, though? Or anything by Silver Day. I don't know who that is. Did you just lie there and whip out your bounty? Yeah, well, weird. Why? Weird. I was like, no, she's your girlfriend. You do it. I like books, not porn. That's fair. That is fair. Can you stay awake to watch this run? I can, yeah. 'Cause I'm playing it. Sylvia Day. That was my nan's name, that, Sylvia. Hi, Jenny. How are you doing? I mean, not you. Oops. I mean, don't force yourself to stay awake, Jen. How are you doing? Are you okay? I'm knackered, to be fair. Myself, I'm socially drained. I love Sylvia Day books. I love the Crossfire novels. I don't read. I don't know what any of these are. Maybe I need my bed. Evidently. I'm okay. Michael's just gone to work. Oh, bless you. You hang out here as long as you need to, Jen. We got you. Has Danielle got dentures? That's a weird question, Cod. That's so randomly weird. Why won't my game move? It stopped moving. Okay, it's better now. For fuck's sake, don't do that to me. I thought you were talking about Sylvia Plath then. I'm out of touch. Who's Sylvia Plath? Sylvia Plath? I said my mum did. Yeah, I know. I'm not a Yorkie bar man myself. Fair enough. That's like when someone asks me if I vaped. Remember when the Yorkie advert said not for girls and no one was triggered? Back in the day, yeah. I remember when a random user on my stream said something about my accent being sexy. I was like, what? Do you know what? I've had that before as well. Back in the day. It's just strange. I used to like the biscuit and raisin Yorkies. Do they still exist? No idea. She wrote the bell jar and stuck her head in the oven. Cool. I have no idea what that is. But cool. Scots and Scousers, eh? Must be. People wear wet wipes when Yorkie had that. I know, right? What are your plans tomorrow? I'm not sure yet, mate. Where is he? I'm not sure yet. My last boyfriend was Scottish, my current is Scouse. An upgrade then, eh? Sorry to any Scots in the chat. I look like Harry Styles, who found. Bit chip fan. Downgrade, eh? Not upgrade. That was funny. Oh, handstand on the Sphinx's head. Let me do it for you. We'll do it. Shit. We'll do it here. There you go. That was for Jenny. Did I get the secrets? Oh, there's only one, isn't there? Natla's Minge next, yeah, when we enter through here, wet moist cavity. We swim through that big wet hole into the opening of Natla's Minge. Sheen, thank you so much for 15 months of support, mate.
Okay, back. Had to do some admin. And sub less than 3.
So thank you so much for that continuous support, mate. It means a lot. Thank you. Hey, Kirsty. How are you? Welcome back, Sheen. What admin work was you doing, Sheeny? That's the first time I've ever called you Sheeny. It's because I've seen Jenny write it. Sheeny. Kirsty, how are you? Oh, I've already asked you. Hey, love, I'm okay, thanks. How are you? Yeah, I'm good, thank you. I'm glad you're okay. That's what we like. And I forgot to tell Kev this, but as a thank you, I got stuck in the lift for 30 minutes. Oh my days, no way. What happened? How did the lift get break down or something? Fuck that. Thank you so much. What for? I don't know what I did, but you're welcome. You're welcome. I'm scared of getting stuck in the lift. Do you know what? The only thing that scares me about lifts, yeah, is like when I've got my son with me. When I'm at the train station by man, he likes to get in the lift and he likes me to race him down to the ground floor. And I just always think, what if the lift gets stuck and he's in there on his own? Fuck, that's the only fear I have of lifts. I'm not bothered about getting stuck in there myself. Six of us were in the lift, and then right when it was on our floor, it jolted and went further down. It was supposed to, and the doors wouldn't open. Oh dear. How frustrating. I haven't even got lock onto this Flappy Bird yet. 30 minutes, yeah, that's crazy. How did you manage? My social anxiety would be off on one. If I was on my own, I'd be fine. But if there was people in there, I'd be like, nah, no one fart. Okay, we got lock on. My claustrophobia could never. Oh, I know. If it happened to me, I'd never go on a lift again. Oh, bless. I've never been stuck in a lift, touch wood. But if it did happen, if I was on my own, I'd be okay. But if there was other people there, I wouldn't be okay. It did happen to me once. Yeah, I remember you telling me. So what are we up to for the rest of the evening, guys? Horny Rabbit, Shadow, Kirsty. What are we up to for the rest of the evening? Danielle, Sheen, Jenny, Dark Angel, Laura, the other Jenny. Batteries. What are we doing the rest of the evening? You're in bed, nice. No clue, may have dinner, may go to bed, watch TV, sounds like a plan. Trying to sleep without Michael. Oh, bless you, Jenny. Bless you. Watching you do it, you legend. I'm in bed full of cold. Oh, bless you. Hope you're feeling better soon. Bad harvest. Nice. Wait, what? Watching stream and having cuddles with my kitties in bed. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. I'm watching you and playing Fallout 4. Fallout 4 is the only Fallout game I played from start to finish. And it's fucking shit. I mean, for me, sorry. It's a good game to do something right. But for me, it's too slow. It doesn't stimulate me enough. Oh, that's what admin, Kev? Yeah. I was sending my travel expenses to the court. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, get all that money back. Just chilling. Nice. Pay me, bitches, you owe me. Exactly. You tell him, Sheen. Oh, do you know what? I'm not waiting. I'm going down. Oh, don't come up this way. Not this way. Okay. We're fine. Compensation for being stuck in the lift. Yeah, go for it. Get what you can. Risky Kev. I know. That's my middle name. Risky Kev. I mean, Risky Kev. Flappy explosive bird. Yeah, it's a good job he never exploded all over my face. Because that would have cost me some health.
Hello!
Mr. 0601. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. It's fucking follow. I've had enough hollows today. It's follow. It's triggering me now. Twats. It's follow. You guys are just winding me up. You absolute sausages.
Hello. Hello.
It does trigger me. It does fucking trigger me. You bastards. Did batteries unfollow and follow? Batteries did do just that, yeah. And to think I started all like you did, and now I never hear the end of it. I know it says follow, but I can't hear anything other than hollow now. Look what you've done. You're corrupting the TikTok crew as well, you bastards. Those poor souls being corrupted by your silliness. Sex mummies. That's exactly what they are. Sex mummies. One down. Tall Sheen's fault. It is Tall Sheen's fault. Their groans are fucking gross. Did you unfollow and follow again? They did. They need to come over to Twitch, to be honest. I agree. They should do. I am a regular follower. I am following you on Twitch, but my Amazon is being weird and I can't cope with the ads. Well, when you are back on Twitch, and you're more than welcome to be a part of the best platform. And you're free to leave TikTok, the dark side, and come to the... I don't know where I'm going with this. I was trying to be creative. It went nowhere. Yeah, I've subscribed loads, Kev. Good. I'm in messing. Do you know what? I don't expect anyone to. I don't expect anyone to subscribe. Just your time's enough. Like I said before, your time's more than enough. All the pretty people are on Twitch. I agree. Not everyone's pretty. You're all beautiful, no matter what platform you're on. You're all beautiful. Every one of you, especially you. What do you mean you're not? Take that back. You're all beautiful. Every single one of yous. Beautiful people. Twitch is OG though. It is. Twitch is the OG.
Pain in my brain from you. And it's telling me funny ideas now, like to shoot you to hell.
Still got a pain in my brain from you. And it's telling me funny ideas. And I'd like to shoot you to hell. Here's Natla's beautiful wet cavity. Natla's canal.
Kevin.
Listen, we'll have less of that, Jenny. We'll have less of that. You are beautiful. I used to love killing Larson. Now he can fucking live. I don't care. He can stay there. Is this all one valid run so far? It is, yeah. It is, mate. Natla's massive fanny hole. My favourite. My favourite. I'm running out of tea. I'm feeling very dry. I need moistening up. I will continue the good luck by saying this is not the run. We made it right to the end this afternoon, mate. We can do it again. Moist. You know what? Moist is a beautiful word. On my way. Let's go. Danielle's coming to save the day. Yay. A beautiful word. It just rolls out the mouth. It rolls out the mouth in a good way. Moist. Yay. Da, 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 da. I made it. Yeah. Danielle's all got these sounds that she's known for making. Natalie's moist minge. Yeah. I closed the stream. Soz, how dare you? How dare you? Actually cringed typing that, did you? You did well then, Lara. Well done. Imagine if she turned up with a flask of tea. Oh, I was thinking, like, I need moistening up. She was going to help me with that. But yeah, a flask of tea works too.
Kevin!
I'll do both. Perfect. Look, ain't that just the best? Don't I have the best other half ever? She's just the greatest. She is the greatest.
Oh, Kevin. Really?
Kevin.
What have I done? What did I do? Oops. Danielle's had like a massively positive impact on my life. Yeah, you're not dead. I'm back, obviously. Yeah, I survived. We're still going. Welcome back, Nicole. I didn't say dive. Are you okay, Laura? To think a year ago you hadn't met yet. I know, it's crazy, innit? I think maybe a year ago we had just kind of met, like on my stream. I think a year ago we just met, maybe. Or maybe it was this month last year. Danielle is a beautiful human. She is. She is top tier. She really is. It's nearly a year since the meetup, so it could be. Yeah, the meetup was in August. The meetup was in August. Yeah, August the 14th last year was the meetup day. That was the start of it anyway. Crazy that the meetup was almost a year. Jesus Christ. Yep. And there was going to be another one this year. We tried earlier on, and there was going to be another one in August this year as well. But because I have to move home, or I will have to move home, I've just cancelled it for now. Yeah, there's just money has to be put elsewhere. I just need to save my pennies for when I have to move, I suppose. You have to move. I do, yeah. So, basically my rent has gone up to an amount I can't afford, or it's going up to an amount I can't afford. I've kind of got it postponed for now. Got it delayed for a little bit. But at the end of the day, it's still going to be going up at some point. And because of that, it was meant to be going up next month, but I've got them to delay it. But because it's going to go up at some point, I just don't feel secure here anymore anyway. So, you know, I want to move. I can't believe rent prices. It's crazy, innit? I've got to find something more affordable. I'm trying for social housing now at the moment. So I've put an application in. Just waiting to hear back. Next month, they really don't give you a lot of time, do they? Nope, they don't. I mean, I've got it. There's repairs that need doing, and I've said I'm not paying it till it's these repairs. I'm not paying it while these repairs still need doing. I've been reporting these repairs for 18 months. Yeah, and they haven't done anything about it. So they've said until that's repaired, your rent's not going up. So, but then they could get someone out next week to fix it, which means my rent will go up then. So, I need to move. I have no choice. I have to move. If I was a landlord, I wouldn't increase rent. What if you had to cover your mortgage if you were if you had a mortgage? I pay out about 95% of my monthly wage on rent and bills. Like, obviously, I don't work because I'm not well for work, yeah. But the money I do get, most of it's on bills, and living costs, food and whatever else. You need to log a complaint about the repairs. I mean, are they serious repairs needed? Yeah, I've had a leak. Okay, it started, like, when it rains, yeah. I'm on the ground floor, yeah. But when it rains, I get a leak in this room. And it started with just a drip. And as soon as I noticed that drip, I reported it straight away. I said, when it's raining, we've got a leak. It's just a little drip. Yeah. But this was 18 months ago. Now when it rains, it leaks in a lot. It's drip. And there's all damp and moles. And they're just, every other repair, everything else, they've been absolutely fantastic with. Just this one. It's obviously, I had foam on my walls, like acoustic foam, because I produce music. And obviously they've been damaged, or some of them have been damaged because of the damp. And so I've had damage to my property as well. My bed gets wet because it splashes off the windowsill onto the bed. And it's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous. The landlord needs to get his finger out of his arse. Yeah, they do. They're still governed by an ombudsman, so I think official complaint is needed. I don't even know how to go about it, to be fair. In Wales, they have new rules. Don't think it's the same in England. That's no good. Can you report to housing enforcement in the council? Can I, with this not being a council property? It's private. Damp and mold is bad for your health. Yeah, I know. And they know I have a young child that stays here over weekends. They're fully aware of that as well. Like, they are 100% in the know. It's a ground floor flat. Is it a cladded building? What's a cladded building mean? Sorry, I've got my housing hat on. Jenny to the rescue. The render could be cracked. What's cladded mean? Especially if you're sleeping in that room. No, I sleep on my sofa. Apart from when my son's here, I sleep in the bedroom. Message me if you like. Yeah, I will do. I will do. If I remember after stream. You can make a formal complaint to council and ombudsman. But what's that going to change? I'm still here with the problem, and my rent's still going to go up. Do you know what I mean? Is there a point now? I have to move. So is there a point? Can't be good for you sleeping on a sofa. I sleep way better on a sofa than in a bed, and apart from when Danielle's there. If I'm sleeping on my own, I sleep on my sofa. I always have done. That's not good for you either, Kev. What, sleeping on a sofa? I sleep way better on a sofa. Covering of tiles, wooden boards, or other material that is fixed to the outside of a building. No, it's a proper brick wall. They'll pressure them to fix it, yeah, but I still have to move, so is there a point now? It's come to that point now where am I even bothered anymore? You can speak to the enforcement department for private rent issues, alright. Let me see if in circumstances you can complain about the rent increase. I have complained about it to the estate agents, and I've said why I'm complaining about it, and that's when they've said, well, until your repairs are done, we will not increase your rent. So I've got a bit of leeway. I've got a bit more time than next month. that's when they originally wanted to put it up. So I have managed to get a bit more time, but I don't know how much. They could get it fixed next week, for example. You know what I mean? So I've got a letter. I've got a letter saying my rent's going up. Is that what the ombudsman needs? I've got it in a headed letter and signed and everything from the estate agent. You could get compensation. Good, because I want it. Could be the grouse has failed then. Maybe. Like, I know nothing about this stuff, to be fair. I'm clueless. Go above estate agents, they haven't got a clue. Make a complaint, get compensation for back rents that you've paid since first making the complaint. Well, I first made the complaint in December 2022. It's been 18 months. Neither do most landlords or estate agents. Yeah, I don't know. I'm literally at the point now where, well, I'm going to be moving anyway. Is there a point? I mean, I'd go down the road for compensation if I could, if I knew what I was doing. But I don't have a clue. I'm completely clueless with this stuff. Don't have the foggiest idea. And obviously with me being anxiety riddled, speaking to someone is just a no-go, really. I'm knackered and falling asleep. Oh, Jenny, you have a nice sleep if you fall asleep, yeah? You have a nice rest. It won't be grout, that's what you use internally, like tiles and stuff. It could need repointing. All I know is when it rains, I get a leak. And it comes in from the brickwork above the window. So it's not coming from the window or any of the seal around the window. It's coming from the ceiling and the brickwork on the wall above the window. No, what am I doing? I'm not concentrating here. Good night, Jenny. Take it easy. Have you noticed any cracks outside? Oh, yeah, the outside wall's fucked.
Jenny and he'll help draft a letter and make the calls on your behalf.
Oh, thank you, Danielle. You're the best. You're the best. Yeah, the wall outside's fucked. Hang on, no. The wall underneath the window is fucked outside. It's completely fucked. Not above the window. It looks all fine up there. Like any, like, building work, I don't have the...
If I know what the right are, I have no problem writing a letter and making the calls.
Thank you. Isn't my girlfriend the best? I'll look at the ombudsman stuff. I think it's landlords ombudsman they are governed by from memory. I know it's on their website. I don't even know what I'm looking for. It sounds like it's failed. Could be wall tiles for brick and block. I have had to buy prawn cocktail waters because of you, or because of April. Was it her who was mentioning them yesterday? I'll try and get some info together for Danny. I'm pretty sure they've broken their own policies for how long this repair has taken. They haven't done anything about it as a whole, though. They've done absolutely nothing. 18 months. Ridiculous. Oh, Shelter England just told me to get on the social housing. They were pretty useless. I had no luck with Shelter. They should have set time frames to work. To 18 months is a joke. It is a joke. It's especially with it being a health risk problem as well. Molds
Personal.
and a leak. Oh shit, that's not good. Don't want him over there. This is very bad. He never. Yeah, run away. That's right. You run away. Thanks, Danielle. Social housing can be very hard to get, unfortunately. Yeah, but because of my illness, and because I am in the process of getting PIP and stuff, I think it'll help me a little more. Have you been on the list long? No, I've literally only put my application form in Thursday. Last week. So, very, 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 very recent. But because of my current situation and my health and stuff, I think it won't be too bad. I mean, that's just hopeful thinking, I suppose, but we'll see. We will see. We will see. Obviously, moving's very, 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 very stressful, isn't it? And like, I've got stress disorder as it is. I'm not good with stress. Like, stress really sends me downhill massively. The list where I am is hitting 10,000. Holy shit. That's crazy. Definitely get onto the CAB though, Kev. I'm sure Danielle will help. Yeah, she will. She's been very helpful, Danielle.
Could drop me some info, not sure where to start. I'll look into it, and if Jenny doesn't mind, I could ask her questions.
Sure. Sounds like a plan. Sounds like a plan. Horrendous it is, innit? I mean, I like this place. I don't want to move. But like, now's the time to move, innit? Thank you guys for being helpful. I honestly appreciate you guys a lot. Is the block privately owned? Do you know? Yeah, I think so. I think it is. I mean, I know how to make a complaint like the back of my hand. Yeah, that's true. You could sell to the council, you could stay by default. Nah, they ain't. I don't think they're gonna sell this. They make loads of money with the rent of this place and the amount of flats in here, in this building. At this block, there's loads of. Well, it's like. It's like 12 flats. I think. I've got my own front door and everything. I come into my front door from outside. No one else comes into it. I'm blessed like that. I don't have to go into a communal hallway or any of that stuff. I've got my own front door, my own back door. It's great. Damp and mold can make you ill. And yeah, I know. It's very serious. We both went to the doctors because of coughs that could have been caused by it. Definitely, probably, yeah, probably could have been. I see it day in, day out. Yeah. Damp is a bitch. Like, I'm ready. I'm definitely ready to move. Like, I've had enough. Last house was full of mold. I had housing enforcement involved. Paid half rent for 6 months and left. Oh wow. Oh yeah, paying half rent would be brilliant. Then I could save some pennies to move, innit? You've got all the WhatsApp messages between you and the estate agents, haven't you? I have from June, from when I got my new phone. Because when I changed phone, I lost all the previous messages. So there's like about 6 months worth that I haven't got. Basically the whole time I lived there. Oh wow, was it that bad? 6 months and then gone. Crazy. They'd be on your old phone. No, they're not good. It's all synced with the cloud and I just lost everything. I don't know why. Everything vanished once I changed the phone. I mean, I can check. I suppose I can check. I can send you a few email examples I've sent. That'll actually be helpful. Actually, horny rabbit. You don't mind me calling you that, do you? HR. Horny rabbit. It's easier to say horny rabbit than HR. I'm a hound for rules and regulations. That's a good way to be. You need to put your SIM in. Why do I need to put my SIM in? I don't understand. I can still access my WhatsApp, can't I? Oh no, I reset my old phone ready for sale actually. It won't be on there. I've reset it. Oh yeah, I remember now. I was gonna sell it, but I never got around to selling it.
Firing at me? You firing at me, huh? Ain't nobody else, so you must be firing at me.
I work in housing, so I've a butt of knowledge for Wales anyway, but can't be much different in England. No, it probably very similar, isn't it? It must be. I gotta be careful here because I have lost half my health already. He can shoot me. He can still shoot me up here. I will catch up with chat in a moment. Well, you could ask for the estate agent's copy through an authority of some sort, I think. Freedom of information or something. Alright. This just seems all... It just seems all this process... You know what it is, yeah? obviously my anxiety is part of it, but this whole process seems very, very, very stressful. And I don't like the idea of being stressed. Because it's not good when I'm stressed. It's not good for me. Training, I won't lie, yeah. I just don't have it. I don't have it in me to go through it. That's why that's what they count on, so people don't do anything about it. Yeah, it really affected me. I bet it did. The process is designed to make you give and not bother. Yeah, it works. I can tell you it works. You got me, I'll help. Yeah, no, thank you. Like, with anything stressful, I've got to be careful. I'm a bitch. At least you're honest. At least you're honest. And Jenny. Yeah, no, I think Jenny might have fell asleep as well. Honesty is best. I agree. Honesty is best. He'll be dead soon. We're getting there, slowly. Probably why I'm single. No, the right person for you will accept you fully the way you are. If I can get a relationship with all my problems, yeah, then anyone can. You know. Easily. You got no problems. You come across as a very likable person. Thank you, says Batteries. Oh, you didn't mean me. No. You're a likable person too, though, Batteries. You're a likable person too. Oh, come on. Where are you? Thanks, Kev. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. Yeah, get fucked, Tony Hawk. I stand here. Sorry, I pose here. And I christen your corpse. Oh. Swallow that one, you stupid twat. Okay.
Where are you?
In the entry. I'm gonna go. I'm falling asleep. Thanks for the stream. Good night. Shadow, thanks for being here. I appreciate it. I hope you have a wonderful night's sleep. And hopefully we'll catch you tomorrow. That'd be nice. You sleep well. I am the epitome of unlikable. I disagree. You seem cool, mate. I had a communication log for contacting my old estate agents with issues. Really? How big was the log? You're welcome. See you tomorrow. Bye. Good night, Shadow. Times, date, issues, response, etc. Oh, 77 lines. Wow. Crazy. Do you know what I found really... sorry to get back into it. Do you know what I found really, really cheeky about my rent increase, right? My rent went up by 21% last year. 21%, yeah. It was a big increase. Yet, on the letter they sent me, it said that there had been no rent increase since 2003. Obviously, I've not lived here since then. But it says there was first rent. It says this is the first rent increase since February 2003. Like, you lying bastards. Yeah, I've got proof that it was increased last year. I've got the letters and everything. You know what I mean? What's the name of the letter? The name of the letter is. Hang on, I've got it here with my paperwork. Landlord's notice proposing a new rent under an assured periodic tenancy of premises situated in England. That's the name of the document. And it says on here, like, most, it's all handwritten, or most of it is, yeah. And it says, well, where did I read it? The first rent increase date after the 11th of February 2003 is the 9th of July 2024. But that's not true. They increased it March last year. My ceiling in my cold house was seconds from falling on my head. They still haven't fixed it. That's disgraceful. My old landlord wanted back pay off rent when I left. Told the agents he better get his solicitors then, because looks like we're going to court. Good on you. Did he take you to court? Agent said he couldn't afford to take me to court. Said, looks like we are done. Nice. Nicely handled. Yeah, nicely handled. Well done. Oops. After this level, I might have to go and make some more tea, guys. I'm really dry. I've got one small cup left. Honestly, I can't cope with two things: messing with people's housing, messing with people's money. It's a joke, innit? Don't do that shit. Do you know what? I'm a top tier tenant as well. I pay my rent early every month. I'm always early paying my rent. There's never any complaints. There's not been a single complaint. You know, I'm not noisy. I mean, I am of a daytime when I'm making music, but I have a cut-off time, and I'm respectable of my neighbours. And you know, I've done nothing for them to not like me as a tenant. Oh, ballsack. Like, there was one time. This was this year. This might have been this year. This was this year, actually, I think. He said, oh, we'll get someone out to look at it, yeah. We'll get someone out today to look at it. This is after over a year after reporting it, yeah. And someone came out, and it turned out it was one of the admin from the office. He came out, took one look at it, and went, oh yeah, we'll get someone out to look at it. What the fuck? You know? And then they got someone to phone me. He went, are you on the ground floor flat? I said, yeah. He went, well, it can't be gutters then. And then my estate agent says, well, that fella came out and said it wasn't your gutters. I said, no, he never came out. He phoned me. Didn't even come and check it. Well done, smart man. Not your gutters on the ground floor flat. Yeah, exactly. It could still be the gutters, to be fair. I've been told. It could still be the gutters. It could still affect my flat. Don't ask me how. I'm not clued up, but I've told it could still be the gutters. Unless it's not the wall ties failed, it could be. All right. I have no clue, but I've been told it could still be. Because it is only when it rains, you know what I mean? I need a wee. Do you know what? I need a wee. I'm going to go make a cup of tea. I'll be literally 5 minutes tops while I make a cup of tea. Please don't go anywhere. I will be finishing this run shortly by the looks of it. Yeah, if they fail, water will get in and they leak the whole way down. Maybe that's what it is then. Wall ties. I don't know what they are, but yeah, maybe that's what it is. Right, I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready?
This is what life's about. This is what life's about.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready?
This is what life's about.
Give us a wave if you're still there, guys. I am back. Give us a wave. Oh, shit. Water takes the easiest route. Could be guttering. It could be basically tie the liner skin and the outer skin together. My house has skin. I didn't know that. My home has skin. Didn't know. Hi, guys. Oh, you beautiful people. Look at you lot there. You guys are looking absolutely amazing. Oh. Hello. You guys are absolutely beautiful. Look at you guys. Oh, he actually shot at me. I didn't realise. Hello, hello everybody. Look at you guys. Thanks for sticking around. Thank you so much for sticking around. Well, this went smooth so far. This room can be problematic sometimes. I took one tiny bit of damage, but that's okay. These things happen. So I'm not going to be as chatty now. We are getting close to the end of the game, so don't jinx it. I know, right? Touch wood. I'm not going to be as chatty for a little... I mean, I'll still be paying attention to chat, but I may not be super chatty. This is a long level. I've got to be careful with my health. Make sure we don't lose too much. No, don't come up here. Oh shit, I jinxed it. Okay, that wasn't too bad. That wasn't too bad. That's acceptable. I've been on the sofa for hours watching and now it's dark. Dedicated viewer right there. Yeah, it's dark out now. That went pretty well. That went pretty well. That is something I cannot complain about. It went mostly smooth. It's still fairly light where I am now. I'm unsure if I'm going mad. It's still light at 10 o'clock at night. You're going mad, Nicole. Going absolutely bonkers. You've lost the plot. Safe to say you've lost the plot, eh? Still light up my region. I mean, I haven't looked outside, to be fair. I don't know if it's light here or not. I've not looked. I don't pay that much attention to the outside. My fucking bum is numb now. Hi, Cindy. My arse is numb. How are you doing, Cindy? Nice. They call that streamer's arse. I call it a worn out chair. But my arse is fucking numb. Yeah, I'm good. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. It's what we like to hear. Hashtag save the cheeks. Yep. Save the cheeks. They're going dead. It's really uncomfortable. So as always, this door is on a timer, so we go through the door to keep it open and then we come back and get the secret. Ding. That keeps the door open. Now we'll go and get the secret. Thanks for liking the live, Cindy. You legends. We're on 15k likes. Look at that. That's a beautiful round number, that, innit? Thank you guys so much. So we do a little shortcut in this room. With a precise jump, you can skip pulling that lever and going to the other lever and all that jazz. We've got to get this jump pretty straightforwards. Did it? I did it. Are you proud of me, chat? 16k. Oh my days. Moving on up in the world. Got my thumbs working hard. That's the spirit. You wear them down to the bone. I could just leave all them flappy birds alive, but for the sake of my anxiety, I kill them. What room's coming up? Oh, I remember. Puzzle room. The puzzle room that we just skip. Apologies for the unintentional camera angles. That's intentional, really. I'm saving it for... Never mind, I won't finish that sentence. Not intentional, my ass. It's not intentional, I promise. Oh! That was almost death. Now this fucking room is the horror room. $17K, absolutely smashing it. Thank you so much. So that went really well. Normally they're a pain in the arse. Now we've just got the 2 mummies to deal with. Oh! We took a meatball to the face. Shadow, thanks so much for that gift, mate. Welcome in. These levels freak me out. Nah, these levels are okay. They're not too bad. I like the artwork on these. I like the artwork on these levels. I think it's nice. Meet the ball. Laura C still here, ladies and gentlemen. Thought everyone had fell asleep, to be fair. The noises from the zombies, mate. That's fair. That is fair. Hi, Laura. Yeah, Laura's been here most of the day. She's been top tier human being hanging out today. I'm lurking buying swimwear for my weekends away. Oh yeah, you did say before. Oh, thank you, Shadow. Thank you for that generosity, mate. I appreciate it a lot. Where are you going on your weekends away, Laura? You deserve it, mate. Best Tomb Raider streamer. Thank you. I'm not a Tomb Raider streamer. I'm a variety streamer. Common misconception is that I'm a Tomb Raider streamer. I'm not. I am variety. Unintentional camera angles again, guys. I'm sorry. Kev hates that. While being called a Tomb Raider streamer. I don't hate it. It's just not true. Do you know what I mean? Oh, we got the hallway of doom coming up. The last secret. You are the best at streaming, Tomb Raider. Oh, thanks. That's such a nice compliment because there's so many better people out there than me. Maybe you're staying in a lodge in some woodlands, taking my daughter and the dogs for 2 nights. Oh, that sounds wonderful. I hope you have a lovely time and a nice little break away from, you know, life. I'm yet to find one. Oh, thank you, Cindy. I appreciate that. That's a big compliment. Thank you. As always, I'm not going to think about this hallway of doom. I'm just going to go for it. I'm not going to think about what I'm doing. I'm just going to go for it. That seems to work. So. Where's the third one? I only see two. Oh, they're both there. Okay. That went well. That went well. $19K likes. Oh my days. Thank you. Thanks, Kev. I've not been living much because I've been on standby with my dad, but he's doing so much better, and I thought it's the best time to go away and make some good memories with my daughter. Yeah, go for it. You know, just take a breather, isn't it? Take a breather, well-deserved breather. I hope you have a lovely time. 20K. Oh, it says 19K on my end. Yeah, 19K likes on my end. A third of the way to my record. A third of the way there. I'm trying for 20K. We got 20K. Let's go. So for anyone who is wondering why I rotate Laura and jump sideways like this, it's because if we are like this, Laura hits the wall, stumbles, and then she gets shot. Both, she stumbles and gets shot, so you lose health. So we angle ourselves just to avoid getting shot there. Meet the ball. Watch out for the chomp, he chomps. The angry vagina door. The angry vagina door. Hi, Cindy. Welcome over to Twitch. Angry vagina door. Yeah. Angry vagina door. Who's here? I mean, it was very busy before. There's a lot of lurkers at the moment. This room can be problematic if you don't have a strategy. Do not stand on these red slopes. That's important. Very important that you don't stand on these slopes. Those angry vagina doors hurt, by the way. have you died to them, have you, before? I am here. Hey, Quiz. I hope you are well. Pussy meet the ball. You got balls on the brain today, Laura? You've mentioned meatballs a lot. I think Laura, she might be horny as well. The noise the mummies make used to scare me to death when I was younger. I still don't like the sound now. That's fair. That's fair. I think so. At least you're honest. At least you're honest. Stop aiming, you daft cow. Thank you. The mummy's noises are terrifying. Just a bit creepy, aren't they? A bit creepy. Oh, we made it to 20k on TikTok. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. This strategy is slow. It takes time, but it's safe. Oh shit! Oh shit! He's not normally there. Oh shit! Good job he had loads of health, eh? Now what are you doing? I didn't press that button. I pressed that button. You said it was safe. It is when the AI behaves. He never does that. I've never seen that before. He never does that, ever. Very strange. Angry meatball. Yeah, Laura's definitely got balls on the brain. It's so slow. He's still alive. Okay, he's dead. He's dead. I reckon you'll get this done tonight, Kev, too, yeah. Thanks for the you know, the belief. We will see. I am in focus mode right now. Oh, kind of in focus mode right now. We'll see. Are we investing in a medipack? Absolutely not. We're not allowed. We're not allowed. This bridge is on a timer in the middle, so we gotta go as fast as we can. Here. Right, I'm going to be completely quiet. I'm not going to be reading chat or anything on the torso. So, if you have anything to say, now's the time to say it. My flask splashed at me again. We're up to the final level. We've got torso to do. Do you want a cuppa? Oh, I've got one, thanks. Good luck, Kev. Thanks, Josh. Do you want a brew? I've got one, thanks. Thanks, Quiz. Right, let's go. Thanks for the good looks. He's in a shit spot in the middle again. Fucking don't like that. That's better. I needed him away from that middle spot. Do you call lunch or dinner? I breakfast, lunch and dinner. There we go. That's him done. You big, fat, dangly fanny. Get out of my life. Fingers of steel. Let's fucking go. Yeah. It's not too difficult, to be fair. Pardon me. Don't know why I grabbed there. You don't need to grab there. Bam 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 bam. You guys are quiet. Are you guys okay? Are we all alive in chat? Letting me concentrate, is that what it is? Letting me focus. Yep. Still alive and ticking. Good. So this is where the first secret is. This is on a Times bridge. So, gotta be careful not to fuck up here. That'd be very bad. Ba-da-boo. I was just thinking how good you are at this game. Thanks. Lots of hours have gone into it. I was just, we're on our seats farting in different keys. Oh, it's like a musical farting harmony. I like it. Well, that's a bitch. Fuck's sake. Lara. Look, you cost me 1% of health. You silly cow. Nice save, thanks. The embers got me though. He lost 1% of health. That could be the difference between life and death. Ah, meatball, meatball. There we go again. There we go again. Enormous meatball. Oh, I got clipped by that arrow. That never happens. Right, what we're going to do here is we're going to jump into these spikes like a lunatic. Just a casual arrow in the back. Just a casual Monday. That's right. We all like to take an arrow in the back end sometimes. I don't know why I said that. I don't even know what I meant by it. No idea what I meant. There's a good point to it. Yeah, well done, Chris. This is secret number 2. You can tell Chris is Scottish. Yeah, you can, can't you? Chris is cool. Chris is a cool guy. I like Chris. I've had the pleasure of meeting him in person. He's cool. We didn't take damage from the swinging axe this time. Profiler, you sexy beast. You sexy beast. No bounty bars were harmed in the meeting of us.
Cat PISS Gorilla Spin GIGACHAD Gauge Gotchi W Monk.
Thank you for 13 months of support, man. What a legend. What an absolute legend. So, Profile, I don't know if you were here this morning, but we completed this run this morning. Apart from the last secret. I missed the last secret. I survived. Now, why am I taking it? I survived, but we missed it. Because I missed the jump. So we're trying again. We're going to get it this time. This will be the third attempt at this secret, to be fair. First time I died, second time. I just failed to jump and stumbled, fell in the water. Okay. Well, how do I get down in this water safely? Is it just a dive from here? I don't remember. Is it just a dive? Yeah, question mark. You don't seem so sure. Okay, if this hop back. You have done it? Okay, I'll trust you. That was almost a fucking broken neck. Oh, Profiler, you absolute legend. Thank you so much for 5 gifted subs. What an absolute legend. Thank you, mate. That was crazy RNG then. Wow, that was really lucky. Wish you got stuck there for so long. Thank you so much, Profile. That means a lot. What a legend, mate. Thank you. Profile is great. He's so supportive, isn't he? He's an absolute legend.
You can't bump off me and my brood so easy, Laura.
Get away! Get away from me! Your fanny stinks. Febreze your fanny, you slut. Jesus Christ almighty. Sorry. I felt a little aggressive towards her then. Atlas stinking falling apart minge. You dived too fast on the last secret. Did you hop back? I didn't, no, but I survived, so that's all that matters, right? I mean, she was coming for you. She would have been, yeah. She fancies me that much. All she has to do is look at me. Wait, how are we on a hype train? Have I missed something? I'm gonna just realised we're on a hype train. My sub and gifted. Oh yeah, of course. Of course. Thank you, mate. Profile of the great, eh? Hope I get the danger dance emote. That's pretty cool. I don't think I've seen it. Danger dance. Tomb Raider 2, tick. Tomb Raider 1, tick. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. I'm done. I'm never playing Tomb Raider again. We're done. Oh, thank you, Badilla, for the bitties. Oh, thank you, Chris, for the bitties.
Godzilla cheered X100. G fucking G.
Oh, thank you, guys. Thank you guys so much. Ding.
Their way trees cheered X200.
Blowman, welcome in, mate. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Cheeky party. Oh, let's go, guys. Thank you so much. You guys are too kind. Thank you for the gifted subs. Thank you. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Smashed it. Let's have a party now. It's done. We can tick it off our list of challenges. That wasn't too hard, to be fair. It took me a week. Tomb Raider 2's way harder. HR, Horny Rabbit, thank you for the gifts. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We did it. Antisocial Banshee, thank you so much, mate. Thank you for the bitties. You legends.
Celebrate Dino Dance 2020. Celebrate Dino Dance 2020. Celebrate Dino.
Yes, let's go. I never have to play this game again. Oh, thank you so much for all these gifts. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Come on, we want loads of emotes for the party. We're celebrating, guys. We're celebrating. We need more emotes. Yeah, more. More. We want Twitch to crumble. More. We can do better than that, guys. Come on. Come on. We can do more. Take a leaf out of Profiler's book. That's how you should be doing it, guys. Oh, we did it after just 1 week of trying. I'm so happy I got that done so fast. Ah, Honey Rabbit, thank you so much. Blowman, welcome in, mate. Welcome in. Come on, guys. One last push for these emotes, yeah? Go crazy. Go absolutely bonkers. Lose yourself in the music. Make Twitch crumble. Oh, thank you, HR. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Honestly, you guys are too kind. We smashed it. The challenge is done. We've done Tomb Raider 1. We've done Tomb Raider 2. No, I'm not doing Tomb Raider 3. I'm not even going to play Tomb Raider 3 casually. But we're done. We've got them ticked off. My mission is complete. Thanks, guys. Thanks, guys. Wasn't letting me type, so I had to refresh. Well done. Oh, thank you, Danielle. Thank you. Thanks for the gifts and donations and bitties and stuff, guys. It really means a lot to me. I'm actually gonna leave it there. I'm done. I'm ready to go and wind down. I'm so happy I got to see you complete this. Well done, Kev. Thank you, Lara. Yeah, thank you. Will I be the next one to do it? Let's find out. Go and follow Danielle, guys. If you don't follow Danielle already, she's trying this tomorrow. She's trying the challenge tomorrow. So go and enjoy to watch. Thanks for being here, Chris. Thank you, thank you. Let me see who's on. I will raid out. I mean, people have left already, but I will raid out. Padilla is on. Let's see. Where is she? So she is. Right, guys, go and say hi to Padilla. What a great clip. Right, guys, I'm going to send you over to Badilla, yeah? Badilla is such a cool person. Go and say hi. I'll be back tomorrow morning. Don't know where. I've got a sponsorship I need to do tomorrow. Actually, Dying Light 1. So we'll probably be playing that in the morning. Let me see what my total time was before I send you over. I know it was I was taking my time with it all, but 4 hours 10, yeah. Fair enough. Right, guys. I love you. You guys are my best friends. Take it easy. Have a nice week, Danielle. Good night, and I'll see you all in a bit. Bye, 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 bye. Bye, bye. Bye, HR. Good night. Hi, baby. Okay. Yeah, glad to have that done finally. A week. Well, 2 took me 6 months, so maybe do it in 6 months. That's good. A month. Okay. You got this. Yeah, you got this. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think yesterday's or this morning, it was this morning you downloaded, wasn't it? That was a better run overall in terms of like more things went wrong that can go wrong, and I show how to handle it. You know what I mean? So yeah, that is probably the better one to go off, apart from the last sheet bit. That last sheet bit there, not the Great Pyramid. Just level skip till you get there, innit? And then make your way through the level and save where you need to save. Yeah, I'll play for